1. Pause and hear this clearly. This moment is not random. You did not stumble here by accident. Heaven has arranged a meeting between your soul and these words. For years you have been waiting, pressing through silence, enduring shadows, and wondering if the promise was still alive. But the curtain of delay is lifting. The weight that felt endless is breaking, and a new season is opening before your very eyes. There were nights you thought heaven had forgotten you. Prayers rose like smoke, but seemed to vanish in the cold air. You wondered if your words had fallen on deaf ears. But silence is not absence, it is preparation. Just as an artist pauses before the final stroke that completes a masterpiece, God has been pausing, waiting for the right hour to reveal what He has been shaping in you. And now that hour has struck. People could not understand you. They saw your difference, but did not see the divine hand behind it. They judged what they could not explain, and sometimes their words left scars. Yet your uniqueness is not a mistake. It is your seal, your mark. It is why you were never able to blend in. Light cannot dissolve into darkness. You were marked because you are chosen. Think of your heart like a violin sitting silent in a dim room. No one touched it. No sound came forth. Dust gathered on the strings. But then a hand reached down the hand of the master, and with one simple draw of the bow, sound filled the room. Not just sound, but music that carried through valleys and hills. That is what is happening now. The silence is ending. Your life is about to sing. Consider also the seed buried in the soil. To the seed it feels like death, like abandonment. Days pass, then weeks, with nothing but darkness pressing in. But hidden in that darkness, roots are growing, strength is forming, and life is preparing to break through. Suddenly, the seed rises, splitting the earth, stretching upward toward the light. That is your story. Your waiting has not been wasted. It has been strengthening your roots. And now, the sunlight of destiny is breaking through. The voice of God thunders in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. This truth has carried you, even when you could not see it. You thought you were fighting alone, but heaven was battling for you. Angels were sent. Obstacles were removed. Unseen victories were secured. And now those victories are manifesting in your visible life. You are not simply stepping out of delay, you are stepping into fulfillment. Let me share with you a story of another chosen one. She waited for years, watching others celebrate milestones, marriages, families, homes, while her life remained silent. In her secret place she prayed, sometimes with tears, sometimes with nothing but silence. People whispered about her, "She's too difficult. She missed her chance. She's too different." What they did not know was that heaven was protecting her heart, reserving her for something beyond ordinary. One day, when she had given up hope, her path intersected with a man whose soul had been refined by waiting too. When their eyes met, it was not shallow fireworks, it was recognition. Two hearts carved in eternity had finally found each other in time. That was no coincidence, it was orchestration. And so it will be with you. Your story is not behind schedule. You did not miss your chance. The wait was not punishment, it was proof. Proof that what you carry is too valuable to be given away cheaply. Proof that your blessing is so weighty, it could not arrive too soon. And now, The gate of time is swinging open. Still, take this as a gentle warning. Do not drag the baggage of yesterday into tomorrow's promise. Old wounds, bitterness, rejection, they cannot travel into this new chapter. If your hands are clenched around the past, how will you receive what is fresh? Release what was, so you can embrace what is coming. Chosen one, feel the confirmation rising in your spirit. These words are not mere encouragement, they are activation. The Holy Spirit is breathing on your heart, whispering that this is not fantasy. This is the appointed hour. The internal stirring you feel as you listen is heaven saying, yes, this is for you. Step forward now with faith. Refuse to let doubt rob you of this moment. Say it aloud. My waiting season is over. Write it as a testimony. And if your spirit agrees with this word, declare it boldly in the comments below by typing 333. Share this message with someone who needs hope. Press like if it resonates deep in your soul, and subscribe to remain connected to this flow, not because of algorithms, but because chosen ones are called to stand together, strengthening one another as heaven's plan unfolds. Your declaration today is more than words. It is the sound of chains breaking, of gates opening, of destiny calling your name. Do not underestimate the power of this moment. When you type 333, you are not just writing numbers, you are marking agreement with heaven. It is a prophetic sign that you stand in alignment with what God has declared. Angels move at the sound of obedience, and your simple act of faith becomes a signal in the unseen realm. Think of the river that waits behind a dam. The water builds and builds, pressure rising, until the gate finally opens and the flood pours forth. That is your life right now. Every delay, every tear, every prayer has been pressure building, and now the gate is breaking, and the flow of blessing cannot be held back. Chosen one, this is your awakening. This is your entrance into what was written long before you were born. Walk boldly, for the promise is no longer distant. It is here. Chosen one, the story of your hidden burdens is not a tale of weakness, but of strength carried in silence. Many around you could not see the weight pressing on your soul. They only saw the smile you forced, the steps you kept moving forward with. But they never witnessed the nights you lay awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if anyone truly understood. Your tears were invisible to the world, but not to heaven. Every drop was counted. Every sigh was recorded. Every groan too deep for words was heard by the one who fashioned your spirit. Think of a mountain carrying snow through winter. To the casual eye, it appears lifeless, frozen, without motion. Yet inside, streams of water are storing, waiting for the warmth of spring to release rivers that nourish the valleys. That is what your silent burdens have been. What seemed like frozen seasons were in fact hidden reservoirs building within you. The pain you endured is about to flow into purpose, refreshing not only you, but also those who will one day drink from your story. People may have thought your struggles were proof that you had been abandoned. They may have whispered that your life was cursed, that your waiting was punishment. But in truth, it was sacred training. You were carrying weight not visible to the human eye. The very fact that you survived, when others crumbled under far less, is evidence that you have been sustained by a power greater than yourself. When others turned to shortcuts, you carried your cross. When others chose escape, you chose endurance. Every night of crying, every season of rejection, every quiet ache in your chest, these were not wasted moments. They were chisels in the hand of a sculptor, shaping you into someone who could carry the extraordinary. Burdens are not merely proof of suffering, they are proof of capacity. You have carried more because you were built for more. There is an ancient truth written in the sacred words of the Psalms. Lord, nothing was overlooked. Not a single moment of your suffering disappeared into nothingness. Heaven has archived it, not to shame you, but to redeem it. Imagine a great library where angels store the journals of every chosen one. Your volume is thick, pages stained with tears, words smudged by trembling hands. Yet the author does not stop there. The next chapter is written in golden ink, announcing the end of sorrow and the unveiling of promise. You are living in that turning point right now. Some burdens you carried were never even yours to bear. You felt the pain of others, interceded in silence for family, for friends, for people who may never even know your name. Your heart became like a sponge, soaking in the grief of generations. This is why your soul felt heavier than others around you. Yet even this was divine assignment. You were standing in the gap, carrying weight on behalf of many. It is important to understand, carrying hidden burdens is not a sign of weakness, it is a badge of chosenness. Soldiers are entrusted with weapons, but only commanders are entrusted with strategies. Likewise, many live, ordinary lives, but you were entrusted with extraordinary battles, not because you were weak, but because you were strong enough to survive them. Let me remind you of a chosen one whose story echoes yours. He walked through years of silence, mocked by his own brothers, sold into slavery, forgotten in prison. Joseph carried burdens in secret betrayal, rejection, injustice, while maintaining faith in a God who seemed silent. But each burden was a stepping stone. When the right time came, the very chains that bound him became the testimony that elevated him. Your story is walking a similar path. The burdens you carried are not end points, they are doorways to authority. Consider the image of a diamond. To the human eye, the process looks brutal, pressures beyond imagination, heat intense enough to destroy, darkness pressing from every side. Yet out of this, brilliance emerges. You have been under pressure that no one else could comprehend. And now heaven is revealing the shine hidden inside you. Every burden has been a layer of transformation, cutting, polishing, preparing you to reflect light that will blind darkness. Chosen one, you must also know this. Hidden burdens often make you feel unseen. But in reality, the opposite is true. Heaven has never taken its eyes off you. You were hidden not for neglect, but for protection. Like treasure buried deep in the earth, you were concealed until the appointed time. People may not have recognized your worth, but your value has not been diminished. If gold is covered in mud, it does not stop being gold. You were gold all along. Heaven was simply guarding you from being wasted before the right moment. There will come a day, and that day is near, when those who dismissed you will see the fruit of your endurance. They will not understand how you survived, how you still stand, how you still carry light after everything you endured. And in that moment, they will realize you were chosen all along. So carry this truth in your heart. Your hidden burdens were never punishment. They were preparation. They were never signs of weakness. but proof of divine strength working within you. Your story is not one of victimhood, but of victory. And the tears that soaked your pillow are now watering the ground for the harvest that is about to rise in your life. Let the memory of your silent nights become fuel for your courage. Let the heaviness you once carried remind you that you are stronger than you think. You are not broken by your burdens, you are crowned by them. This is why your waiting season carries so much weight, because the one who has carried much will also be trusted with much. And the one who has endured in silence will soon testify in glory. Chosen one. Let us speak now of the misunderstood path you have walked. It has not been easy to stand out when the world kept pressuring you to fit in. Many times, your silence was misinterpreted as pride, your uniqueness mistaken for arrogance, your separation from the crowd judged as rejection of others. They could not see what you were carrying. They could not perceive that your path was not meant to resemble theirs. From childhood, there were moments when you sensed something different in your spirit. While others ran freely into what looked appealing, you often felt a hand pulling you back. That restraint was not weakness. It was the hand of heaven preserving you for something beyond imagination. Yet people misunderstood. They accused you of being fearful, of being slow, of missing opportunities. But the truth is, you were being guided by a compass that only heaven could see. Picture a lighthouse on a stormy shore. To sailors far out at sea, the flashing beam can feel distant, even intrusive. They might not understand why it cuts through the dark night in such a rigid pattern, yet that light is saving them from disaster. Your life has been such a lighthouse. To those who did not understand, your ways seemed strange, but in reality, you were preserving not only yourself, but sometimes even others from crashing into unseen rocks. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. These words echo over you. Set apart, appointed, chosen. That explains the path of misunderstanding. You could never blend in, because heaven designed you for impact. Let me share the story of a young man who followed such a misunderstood road. He turned down shortcuts that everyone else embraced. He walked away from relationships that seemed promising on the surface. To his peers, he looked foolish, too selective, too idealistic. Yet, deep inside, he knew there was more. Years passed. Whispers grew louder. Doubts crept in. But one day, as he remained faithful to the inner call, he found himself standing at the exact door that heaven had prepared for him all along. The very people who mocked him were silenced by the evidence of divine orchestration. What looked like delay was alignment. What looked like failure was preparation. This is why your story carries such weight. Being misunderstood has been your training ground. You learned how to walk even when no one applauded. You learned how to trust the invisible voice, even when earthly voices shouted otherwise. And this is what makes you unstoppable now. Because if you could stand firm in misunderstanding, you will soar in clarity. Your path has been lonely. Yes, but it has also been holy. Every step you walked away from the crowd was a step toward your crown. Every no you endured. Every rejection you absorbed. Every sideways glance you carried in silence, it was all chiseling your destiny. Understand this clearly. Not everyone is meant to see what you see. If God showed them your vision, They might corrupt it or mock it before its time. So he concealed it in your heart. That concealment made you appear strange, even out of place. But in truth, it was God's way of safeguarding destiny. Now, the very path of misunderstanding becomes the foundation of authority, because you know what it feels like to be misjudged. You will carry compassion for others, because you know the pain of isolation. You will bring healing to the lonely. Your rejection has trained you to recognize rejection in others and to lift them up. Nothing in your misunderstood journey was wasted. And here is where I call you to respond. Write these words in the comments. Chosen and ready. Just 3 words, but they carry prophetic weight. By writing them, you declare not only that you accept your identity as one set apart, but also that you are prepared to walk into what heaven has aligned. You are saying, even if others misunderstand, I accept who I am, and I am ready for what comes next. That public declaration seals what is happening in your private heart. Chosen one. Let this truth echo. Misunderstood roads often lead to glorious destinations. You have walked one of the hardest routes, but it is also the most fruitful, and soon, those who once doubted will witness the harvest of your perseverance. To be misunderstood is not a curse, it is a crown in disguise. Think about this. If everyone had understood you, if the crowd had embraced your choices, you might have been tempted to follow their voices instead of heaven's voice. Misunderstanding was heaven's shield, blocking you from paths that looked appealing but would have derailed your destiny. You were spared, not rejected. Sometimes the reason others could not understand you is because they were not supposed to walk where you walk. Your road has different landmarks, different battles, different victories. It is like trying to explain a mountain climb to someone who has never left the valley. They cannot picture the altitude, the air, or the risk. That is why heaven did not require their approval. It only required your obedience. And in the end, what feels like a life of being misjudged will transform into authority. Because once you arrive where you are meant to be, your scars become wisdom, your silence becomes testimony, your misunderstood choices become guiding lights for those who come after you. And one day, those who shook their heads at you will turn around and say, "Now I see. They were chosen all along." Chosen one. The path you have walked has not only been misunderstood, it has been tested in fire. This fire was not meant to destroy you, but to refine you. Just as gold cannot reveal its true brilliance until it is placed in the furnace, so your life has been placed in heat that felt unbearable at times. The pain, the pressure, the relentless intensity of circumstances, they were not punishments but processes. You have been in the refiner's fire. The fire strips away what is false. It burns off the impurities, the illusions, the attachments that cannot survive in the light of destiny. That is why so much has been removed from your life. Friends you thought would stay forever drifted away. Opportunities you once clung to dissolved. Plans you carefully built crumbled before your eyes. At the time it felt like devastation. But now you see, the fire was never against you. It was always for you. Imagine a silversmith leaning over his work. The metal lies in the flames, melting, glowing. The silversmith does not walk away, nor does he allow the fire to consume completely. He watches closely, adjusting the heat, removing impurities as they rise to the surface. He knows the metal is ready when he can see his reflection in it. That is what God has been doing in you. He has been watching you in the furnace, never turning away, never losing sight. He has been waiting until his reflection shines through your life. The ancient words recorded in the book of Zechariah, chapter 13, verse 9 declare, "I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, 'They are my people.' And they will say, 'The Lord is our God.'" O chosen one, this is your story. You have been refined. You have been tested. And you have come out of the fire not weaker, but stronger. Others may look at your scars and think you were damaged. But heaven sees your scars as proof that you endured the refining. The fire also revealed what was hidden inside you. Without heat, gold and impurities remain mixed. Without trials, potential and weakness remain tangled. But through hardship, your hidden strength was uncovered. Every time you thought you could not take another step but somehow rose again, it was proof of the pure gold inside you. Every time you resisted despair, you were declaring that the fire would not define you, it would refine you. Think of the potter again. The clay spins on the wheel, pressed by strong hands. At times it collapses, and the potter presses harder, reshaping, remolding to the clay. The pressure feels like breaking, but to the potter, it is building. When the shape is ready, the clay is placed into the kiln. The fire hardens it, sets it, ensures that the vessel can withstand use without fire. The vessel remains fragile, but after fire, it is strong enough to carry weight. You are that vessel. There were seasons when you cried out for relief, and none came. You prayed for the fire to stop, yet it burned hotter. You wondered if God had abandoned you inside the flames. But know this, the fire was evidence of his nearness, not his absence. He trusted you with heat because he trusted you with destiny. If your calling were ordinary, your trials would have been light. But because your calling is extraordinary, your fire has been intense. The story of Daniel's friends in Babylon reminds us of this truth. They were thrown into a furnace so hot that even the guards outside perished. Yet in the midst of flames, a fourth figure appeared, one like the Son of God. When they emerged, not even the smell of smoke clung to them. This is your testimony as well. You walked through fires others could not survive, but you emerged not smelling of defeat. You carry no smoke of bitterness, only the fragrance of endurance. Sometimes the hardest part of the fire is the isolation. Others cannot see what you endure. They watch from outside, assuming you are losing, when in truth you are being purified. They see loss, but heaven sees transformation. That loneliness was part of the fire too. It stripped away the need for approval, the dependence on validation, leaving you anchored only in God. And though the fire has been fierce, it has left treasures behind. You are wiser now. You can discern shadows behind smiles. You can sense truth behind words. You can withstand storms without trembling. The fire taught you resilience. It built in you a strength that cannot be taught in classrooms or learned from books. Only fire can carve this depth into a soul. Chosen one. The fire also positioned you. What was burned away made space for what is coming. The false relationships removed prepared room for the true connection about to enter. The opportunities that crumbled cleared the way for doors only heaven could open. The plans that failed made space for destiny's blueprint. The fire was reordering your life, preparing alignment that no human hand could arrange. And here is a mystery. The fire not only refined you for the future, it also marked you with authority. When you speak now, there is weight in your words, because they were forged in pain. When you comfort others, your compassion is deeper, because you know what fire feels like. When you pray, your voice shakes the unseen, because it carries the echo of survival. Authority is not given cheaply, it is forged in the furnace. So, do not despise the fire. Do not look back with bitterness. Instead, see it for what it was, a holy refining. The very heat that once threatened to destroy you has become the reason you are unshakable now. The fire did not break you, it crowned you. Chosen one. Your reflection has been revealed. Heaven looks into your life and sees the image of the refiner shining back. And because the process is complete, you are stepping out of the fire into the fullness of your destiny. The flames that once surrounded you will now surround your enemies. The heat that once pressed against you will now burn against the obstacles in your way. The season of refining has ended. The season of rising has begun. Chosen one. Now comes the moment of confirmation. After the fire, after the tears, after the silence and the misunderstanding, heaven speaks again with clarity. You are not forgotten. You are not misplaced. You are not lost. You are chosen. Destiny itself has been written into your DNA. Think of a royal seal pressed into hot wax. Once it is stamped, the mark cannot be erased. That is what God has placed upon your life. Even when storms tried to wash it away, even when people tried to scrape it off, the mark remains. You are sealed. This is why doors that destroyed others could not destroy you. This is why rejection could not erase your purpose. Because destiny is not built on human approval, it is anchored in divine decree. From the beginning, heaven whispered your name with intention. Before you ever stepped into this world, there was a design for your life. And though the journey has carried detours and pain, the destination has not changed. Every wrong turn, every closed door, every shattered plan has been woven into the tapestry of a greater picture. The very threads of disappointment have become the outlines of destiny. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 30, those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified. This is not just doctrine, it is your reality. You were predestined, called, justified, and you are now entering the season of glory. Consider the image of a kite in the hands of a child. The kite rises, but only as long as the wind resists it. Without the wind's opposition, the kite falls. Your resistance has been the very wind that lifted you higher. What looked like struggle was the force that elevated you. Your destiny has not been hindered by resistance, it has been fueled by it. There was a man once who felt ordinary, overlooked, and unworthy. He worked in obscurity, carrying burdens without recognition. One day, a voice deep inside began to whisper, "You were made for more." At first he dismissed it, thinking it was imagination. But over time, the whisper grew louder, showing up in moments of solitude, in unexpected dreams, even in passing words from strangers. Eventually, He realized it was not fantasy, it was destiny calling. The same whisper that visited him is now visiting you. Do not underestimate these stirrings in your heart. When your spirit feels restless, when peace disappears from a path you thought was right, when your inner compass refuses to settle, that is heaven nudging you toward alignment. Destiny is not a straight road. It is a journey guided by invisible markers. And you have reached a marker now. It announces, confirmed, you are chosen. Look back at the obstacles you overcame. Look at the nights you thought would end you, but did not. Look at the betrayals that cut deep, but could not kill your hope. Every one of those was evidence. Evidence that your story carries more weight than you imagined. Evidence that you are not merely surviving, you are being prepared for impact. Chosen one. Hear this clearly. You do not need to strive to prove your chosenness. You do not need to earn what was already sealed. The crown is not achieved through endless effort. It is received through identity. A prince does not need to prove he belongs to the throne. His bloodline proves it. And your spiritual bloodline proves yours. You are royalty. Even when you feel ordinary, you are chosen. Even when you feel overlooked. Destiny, confirmation does not always arrive with trumpets or lightning. Sometimes it comes quietly through an inner knowing. A peace that surpasses understanding. A sudden alignment of events that could not have been orchestrated by human hands. It comes like the first light of dawn. Subtle but unstoppable. You are now standing in that dawn. Picture a field that has lain barren for years. The soil was dry, cracked, seemingly useless. But underground, unseen roots were preparing, and then the rain fell. In a single season, what looked empty became lush with life. This is what is happening in you now. Your dry years are giving way to fruitfulness. The confirmation of destiny is rain upon your soil. And as this confirmation settles in your heart, let me speak to you sincerely. If these words resonate, if you feel them stirring something deep inside, then stay close. Do not wander away from this flow, like a lamp in the night. These messages are meant to guide, encourage, and strengthen you. I invite you freely, without pressure, to like this message, to share it with someone who may need a reminder of their own destiny, and to subscribe so that you remain connected to this journey, not because you must, not because it is demanded, but because light multiplies when it is shared. Every time you connect, you keep the flame alive, not only for yourself, but for others who are searching in the dark. Think of it this way. A single drop of rain seems small, but when it joins others, it becomes a river that carves valleys and nourishes fields. Your simple act of engaging, whether through liking, sharing, or subscribing, is not obligation. It is overflow. It is adding your drop to the river so that more lives are refreshed. More souls are reminded, and more chosen ones rise with courage. Chosen one. Destiny is not waiting somewhere in the distance. It is unfolding right now. The confirmation is not a vague promise. It is a present reality. And as you step into it, remember this: what is for you cannot be stolen, delayed, or denied. It is sealed. It is confirmed. It is yours. Walk forward, not with fear, but with assurance. The seal of heaven rests on you. The confirmation has been written in eternal ink. And though your path may not look like others, it is radiant with purpose. This is the hour of destiny's confirmation. Chosen one. Let us pause and look closely at the delays that shaped your life. You have asked yourself countless times, why so long? Why me? Why do others move forward while I remain still? These questions have followed you through nights of silence and days of waiting. But the truth is this: your delay was not punishment, it was preparation. Preparation always requires time. Think of a great feast. No chef serves raw dough or half-cooked meat to honored guests. The longer the meal simmers, the richer the flavor becomes. In the same way, your life was not left on a shelf. It was left in the oven. Heaven allowed you to remain in waiting because something within you was still being seasoned, matured, and strengthened. What you thought was wasted time has been sacred timing. The Word of God declares in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, "There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. If there is a season for planting and a season for reaping, then surely there must also be a season for waiting. You have lived through it. And now the shift of seasons is here. Delay is often heaven's shield. You wanted doors to open quickly, but some doors led to danger. If you had walked through them too soon, you might have settled for less, or even lost yourself. The waiting was not heaven's cruelty, it was heaven's kindness. Imagine a fruit tree. If the farmer plucks the fruit before its season, the taste is bitter, and the fruit cannot nourish anyone. But when the fruit ripens under the patience of time, it becomes sweet, full of life, and able to sustain. You are that fruit. Heaven refused to let you be picked too early, because your destiny must nourish not only you, but also others. Chosen one. Remember the caterpillar. For a time, it crawls low to the ground, limited in sight, vulnerable to danger, but then it enters the cocoon, a dark, still, and silent place. To the world outside, it looks like death, but inside, transformation is happening. At the right moment, wings appear, and flight begins. That is the nature of divine delay. Your cocoon season looked like stillness, but it was transformation. And now, your wings are ready. There was once a woman who waited long for love. Others married quickly, raised families, and built homes. She prayed, but no answer came. She thought she was forgotten. Yet in her waiting, she discovered her own voice. She found strength in solitude, grew in wisdom, and learned to lean not on human approval, but on God. Years later, when her soulmate finally appeared, she realized the delay was a gift. Had he come earlier, she would not have been ready. Her waiting built her capacity to love with depth, to stand with resilience, and to lead with grace. Chosen one. Your story echoes hers. Heaven was not silent because it forgot you. Heaven was silent because it was aligning you. The delay was heaven's way of ensuring that when your promise arrives, you will be ready to receive it fully, without fear of losing it. Another hidden blessing of delay is discernment. Because you waited, you learned to see beyond the surface. You can now recognize the difference between imitation and authenticity. Where others rush and regret, you will pause and perceive. This is why your waiting was not wasted. It sharpened your vision. Think of a bow and arrow. To shoot forward, the arrow must first be pulled back. The further it is drawn into delay, the greater the force with which it flies into destiny. Your waiting season has been the pulling back. Now, the release is coming, and the flight will be swift. You may have felt behind, but heaven does not measure by human clocks. Time is in God's hands, and He has preserved you for such a moment as this. Nothing was stolen, it was stored. Nothing was denied, it was delayed for perfection. Chosen one. I ask you to respond as a prophetic act. Write this number in the comments, 444. Why 444? Because it is a sign of divine alignment, of stability, of foundations laid strong. By typing it, you are declaring, my delay was not in vain. My steps are aligned. My season is shifting. It is not a ritual, not superstition, but a public marker of what heaven has already confirmed within you. Your waiting has built something unshakable in you. Patience, endurance, discernment, resilience. These are treasures you carry because you did not quit. And when the new season arrives, you will see why the delay was necessary. You will stand on foundations that cannot be shaken, and you will walk into promises that cannot be stolen. Chosen one. Delay is not the end of the story. It is the hidden chapter that makes the final scene glorious. Soon, you will look back and thank God for every closed door, every unanswered prayer, every slow season, because now you will see what looked like denial was alignment, and what felt like silence was love. Chosen one. There is a part of your story that few can fully grasp. The training ground of loneliness. You did not ask for it. You did not desire it. Yet it has been a defining feature of your journey. While others surrounded themselves with constant noise, with circles of companions, with the distraction of endless gatherings, you often found yourself alone. And at times, that aloneness felt like abandonment. But look deeper. Loneliness has been your school. It has been the place where your heart was refined, where your ears were trained to hear whispers that others missed. When the noise of people faded, the voice of God grew clearer. Loneliness stripped away the illusion of needing approval from the crowd and taught you to walk anchored only in heaven's affirmation. Think of a desert. To many, it looks empty, lifeless, hostile, but hidden in its silence are treasures. The Bedouins, who know how to survive there, can point to springs under the sand, to roots storing water, to stars guiding their way through the night sky. The desert becomes a classroom for those willing to endure it. Your seasons of loneliness have been deserts. They appeared barren, but they were training grounds for survival, resilience, and deep trust. Scripture says in the book of Hosea, chapter 2, verse 14, "Therefore I am now going to allure her. I will lead her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her." The wilderness, the lonely place, is not punishment. It is an invitation. In your solitude, God has spoken tenderly, carving words into your spirit that no crowd could drown out. Loneliness taught you to value presence. When you sat in rooms where no one understood, you discovered the comfort of God's nearness. When you longed for arms that never came, you felt the embrace of an unseen companion. In nights where silence pressed heavily, you learned that heaven is never absent, even when earthly company disappears. Let me share the story of one chosen woman. She longed for connection, but doors of friendship kept closing. She wondered why everyone else seemed surrounded by companions while she remained isolated. But in her solitude, She began writing. What started as journal entries became letters of encouragement. Those letters later traveled into the hands of strangers who found healing in her words. Loneliness, which once felt like a curse, had been her classroom. Out of it came a gift that touched more lives than she could have imagined. This is the hidden nature of your solitude. It was never wasted. It was never empty. It has produced gifts that could not have been formed in noise. It has carved depth into your soul, compassion into your voice, and clarity into your vision. Think of an eagle, while smaller birds gather in flocks, chattering and flapping. The eagle soars alone. Its wings are built for heights where others cannot breathe. If it tried to live among the flocks, it would diminish its design. Loneliness is the price of altitude. You were designed for heights, and so you could not remain in the crowd. At times, loneliness has felt like rejection. But let us turn the picture. Rejection was actually redirection. Every time you were shut out of a circle, heaven was pulling you closer to purpose. Every time the crowd overlooked you, heaven was saying, "Not there, not with them. You belong to more." It hurt in the moment, yes, but it preserved you from paths that would have diluted your calling. Loneliness also cultivated hunger in you. With no one else to run to, you turned your face upward. With no hand to hold, you stretched your hand toward heaven. That hunger has marked you, set you apart, and it is the reason your soul now carries depth where others skim the surface. You have plunged into waters unseen. Consider also the olive. To release oil, it must be pressed, alone in the press, crushed in silence. It releases what is most valuable. Loneliness pressed you, and out of you came oil anointing, wisdom, resilience, compassion. The press was painful, but the oil is priceless. Chosen one, you must see that the loneliness you endured is now the very reason you are ready for companionship. Without loneliness, you might have clung to the wrong people out of fear, but because you endured it, you now know the difference between presence and distraction, between true connection and shallow noise. You are prepared for the kind of relationship that reflects heaven. Because you are no longer desperate for any connection, you are waiting for the right one. Your solitude has been shaping you for covenant. It has trained your ears to recognize the voice of God, so that when your soulmate arrives, you will not mistake counterfeit for true. It has cultivated patience, so that when partnership comes, you will not cling in fear, but love with freedom. Loneliness has been rehearsal for the stage of love. Remember the prophet Elijah. After great victories, he found himself alone in the wilderness, under a tree, asking for death. He thought his journey was over, but in that loneliness, God whispered not through earthquake or fire, but through a gentle voice. That whisper restored Elijah, gave him new direction, and strengthened him to continue. Your lonely seasons have also been filled with whispers. You may not have always recognized them, but heaven has been speaking tenderly, guiding you toward the next chapter. Chosen one. Loneliness is not your permanent address. It has been a temporary classroom. You are graduating from it. The lessons remain: the intimacy with God, the resilience built, the discernment sharpened, but the season itself is shifting. Soon, companionship will come, but you will enter it, not as one desperate for company, but as one whole, trained, and ready. So do not look back on your solitude with resentment. Look back with gratitude. Thank it for what it gave you. Clarity, maturity, strength. Thank it for what it protected you from. Distractions, wrong paths, shallow ties. Thank it, because without it, you would not be ready for the abundance that is approaching. Chosen one, lift your head now. Loneliness has carved a place in you that will soon be filled. The silence you endured is about to echo with laughter. The rooms that once felt empty will soon be alive with covenant love. And when that day comes, you will carry a wisdom others cannot comprehend. Because you will know, the lonely nights were not wasted, they were preparation for the dawn. Chosen one. Now we must speak of the interference that came against you. Not every delay in your journey was neutral circumstance. There were forces of darkness that sought to derail you. Distractions carefully designed to pull your focus, and traps set along the road to keep you from arriving where you were meant to be. These were not random obstacles. They were targeted interference. Because your destiny carries weight. Think of a traveler carrying treasure through a wilderness. Bandits do not bother those carrying nothing. They only attack the one who holds value. The very fact that you faced resistance is proof that you carry treasure. If you had nothing inside you, darkness would not have wasted its energy. Every attack was evidence that you are chosen. There were relationships that seemed bright at first, but drained your soul. Opportunities that looked golden but were lined with shadows. You may not have realized it in the moment, but the enemy's hand was at work, attempting to plant counterfeits, so you would settle before heaven's best could arrive. Yet even in this interference, God was protecting you. Every counterfeit that collapsed, every trap that was exposed, every plan that dissolved it was heaven preserving you from disaster. The Apostle Paul warns in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." These words remind you that the resistance you faced was never just about people. It was about powers working behind the scenes, hoping to steal your peace and sabotage your promise. There were nights when despair pressed so heavily that you thought about giving up completely. That was not just emotion, it was interference. The enemy whispered that you were unworthy, that your story was over, that your prayers were meaningless. But those whispers were lies. They were designed to make you surrender before your breakthrough arrived. The fact that you are still here proves the lies failed. Consider the story of Nehemiah rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. As he worked, enemies tried to distract him, calling him to meetings, mocking his efforts, even plotting violence. But Nehemiah replied, "I am doing a great work and cannot come down." This has been your journey. Distractions rose up. Mockery tried to break you. Interference pressed hard. Yet you refused to come down. You kept building, even when no one saw the progress. Sometimes the enemy's interference appeared as opportunities too good to be true. A job that seemed perfect, but demanded you compromise. A relationship that looked promising, but carried hidden chains. If you look back now, you can see the patterns, moments when you almost gave in, almost settled, almost accepted less. But something inside you said no. That was the Spirit preserving you. Other times, interference came in the form of isolation. Darkness hoped that loneliness would break you, that silence would crush you, that waiting would convince you to abandon hope. Yet instead of destroying you, it built you. Instead of silencing you, it taught you to listen more deeply. What the enemy intended for harm, God turned into training. Imagine a chessboard. Every piece moves with strategy. The enemy may have thought he cornered you, placing obstacles in your path, but heaven sees the whole board. Every interference became an opening for a greater move. Just when it seemed you were trapped, heaven shifted the pieces, and the plan of darkness collapsed. There was also warfare in your mind, thoughts that circled endlessly, doubts that echoed louder than truth, fears that rose like giants. These were not merely your thoughts, they were arrows of interference. Yet you learned to shield yourself, sometimes trembling, sometimes uncertain, but still raising the shield of faith. And each time you resisted, you grew stronger. Chosen one. Interference also revealed your authority. The enemy does not fight against what he does not fear. The battles you faced are proof that your very existence threatens darkness. Your prayers shake unseen realms. Your presence disrupts the plans of evil. That is why interference came against you with such intensity. But every time you survived, your authority increased. Look back at the patterns. Do you see how close interference always came right before a breakthrough? The argument before an opportunity. The betrayal before a blessing. The confusion before clarity. This is no accident. It is strategy. Darkness always presses hardest when the light is about to break through. That is why you must hold on now more than ever. Because the interference is not proof that you are failing, it is proof that you are on the edge of fulfillment. Consider also the firewalls in a computer. Hackers attempt to infiltrate systems that hold valuable information. The more interference, the more precious the data inside. Your soul has been a fortress of heaven's secrets. That is why the enemy tried so hard to break in. But the firewall of God's hand has preserved you. Chosen one. The interference was real, but it never had the final word. It may have slowed you, distracted you, or wounded you, but it could not destroy you. And in surviving, you became unshakable. Now, every interference that once pressed against you becomes testimony. You can say, yes, I faced darkness, but I still stand. Yes, I was attacked, but I am undefeated. And do not despise the interference. Without it, you would not know your own strength. Without it, you would not have sharpened discernment, or built resilience, or learned to hear God's whisper above the noise. What the enemy used to break you, heaven used to build you. And soon, you will see the reversal. The interference that tried to silence you will amplify your voice. The obstacles that blocked you will become stepping stones. The darkness that pressed against you will be the backdrop that makes your light impossible to ignore. Chosen one. Interference was never the end of your story. It was the evidence of your chosenness. It was the shadow that proved the presence of light. And now, as you step into fulfillment, you will carry authority not in spite of interference, but because of it. Chosen one. After interference comes reassurance. The Spirit of God has never left you wandering without comfort, even when battles raged, even when storms rose, even when your heart grew weary. There was always a quiet thread of reassurance weaving through your days. At times it came like a whisper in the night. At other times, like a sudden peace settling over your chaos. Reassurance has been heaven's way of reminding you, you are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not alone. Think of a child learning to walk. The parent does not remove their presence just because the child stumbles. Instead, they watch carefully, close enough to catch, whispering encouragement, celebrating each attempt. That is what the Spirit has been for you. Every stumble was met with patience. Every attempt was celebrated. Even when you fell, His hand remained close, steady, ready to lift you. The book of Isaiah, chapter 41, verse 10 declares, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." This is not abstract poetry. It is a living promise, alive in every season you have endured. Remember those days when heaviness sat on your chest and you could not explain it. Somehow, just when the weight felt too heavy, a song, a verse, or even a stranger's words lifted you. That was not accident. That was reassurance. Or those nights when your own voice failed in prayer, yet you still felt a peace that could not be explained. That was reassurance too. Reassurance is not always dramatic. It does not always come in thunder or visions. Often it arrives quietly, like the warmth of sunlight after rain. You did not even notice when the clouds parted, but suddenly the light was there, and you breathed easier. That subtle shift was heaven's hand. Consider a sailor lost at sea. The waves crash, the winds roar, and hope begins to fade. But then, in the distance, a lighthouse flashes, just a small beam in a vast darkness, but enough to say, land is near. Keep going. That has been the role of reassurance in your journey. It has not erased every storm, but it has kept you moving toward shore. Chosen one. There was a man who prayed for years without visible answers. He nearly gave up, believing his prayers were wasted breath. But one evening, as he walked home heavy with doubt, he looked up at the sky. A single star broke through the clouds, brighter than all the rest. In that moment, peace filled him. He did not hear words, yet he knew God had not forgotten. That star was reassurance, a reminder that his prayers were not in vain. You too have been given such signs, sometimes small, sometimes unnoticed by others, but unmistakable to your spirit. Reassurance does something more than comfort. It anchors. It gives you the strength to endure seasons of uncertainty, to resist the lies of despair, to keep walking when logic says, stop. Without reassurance, the weight would have broken you. With reassurance, you carried hope through nights that seemed endless. Look at your journey. Every time you thought it was over, reassurance appeared. Every time you questioned your worth, reassurance whispered, you were chosen. Every time you considered quitting, reassurance strengthened your knees. This is why you are still here. Not because you never doubted, but because the Spirit refused to let you drown in doubt. Now I invite you to respond with your own declaration. Write in the comments, still with you. These 3 words may seem simple, but they carry deep weight. They declare that you recognize heaven's nearness, that even after battles and doubts, you remain in step with the Spirit. They are not just words typed on a screen. They are a covenant between your heart and the reassurance that has carried you. Chosen one. Never forget this. The Spirit who reassured you yesterday is the same Spirit who will lead you tomorrow. His presence is not seasonal, it is eternal. And because of that, you will never walk alone. Reassurance is more than a gentle comfort. It is a reminder of identity. When storms surround you, reassurance whispers, "You are still mine." When the enemy shouts lies, reassurance declares, "The truth remains." It does not always remove the trial, but it always shifts your perspective. With reassurance, the same valley that once felt deadly becomes a path of learning, and the same night that once felt endless becomes a doorway to dawn. You may wonder why reassurance often comes quietly. It is because God desires you to recognize His voice in the stillness, not only in the dramatic. If you only trusted thunder, you would miss the whisper. That whisper has trained you to lean in, to listen deeply, to discern His presence in the ordinary. And now, as you step forward, remember the pattern. Every trial met with reassurance. Every battle followed by peace. This pattern is proof that you are guided, covered, and loved. Chosen one. Let us lift our eyes to see what is truly happening around you. What feels random, what has seemed like coincidence, is in fact orchestration. Heaven has been arranging pieces of your life like a conductor leading a grand symphony. Every note, even the dissonant ones, has been placed with intention. What once sounded like chaos will soon reveal harmony. Imagine a great orchestra tuning before a performance. At first, the sounds clash, violins squeal, trumpets blare, drums rumble. It seems like noise, but when the conductor lifts the baton, every instrument aligns, and what was once chaos becomes music that stirs the soul. This is your life. The seasons of waiting, the misunderstood moments, the loneliness, even the interference, all were instruments tuning. And now the conductor raises his hand. The music is beginning. The Word of God declares in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, "In their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps." You have made plans, some of which failed, others that succeeded in ways you did not expect. But through it all, Heaven has been orchestrating your steps with precision. Think of a quilt, stitched piece by piece. Some patches are dark, others bright, some rough, others soft. Alone, they seem mismatched, even useless, but when stitched together, they form a covering of beauty and warmth. That is how Heaven has woven your story. The dark patches of sorrow, the bright patches of joy, the rough seasons of endurance, the soft moments of peace, all have been stitched into a masterpiece you could not see while inside it. There was once a man who missed a bus one morning and thought the delay was a curse. But later he learned that the bus had broken down miles ahead, stranding passengers for hours. What felt like frustration was protection. This is orchestration. Heaven aligning even the smallest details to shield and position you. Another time, you may have noticed how a closed door led you to an unexpected encounter, or how a disappointment pushed you toward growth you never planned. That is orchestration too. Heaven has been weaving connections, removing counterfeits, aligning paths so that when the right season comes, everything will fall into place effortlessly. Chosen one. Sometimes, orchestration feels like detour. You planned a straight road, but heaven led you in circles. Do not despise the detour. It was not delay, it was design. Just as a river bends around obstacles, yet still reaches the sea, your journey has curved, but it has never strayed from its destination. Imagine a gardener preparing soil. He removes rocks, adds nutrients, waters in silence, and waits. To the passerby, the garden looks barren, but beneath the surface, roots are anchoring. Life is forming. Then one morning, blossoms burst forth all at once. That is what heaven's orchestration looks like. You may not see it daily, but when the season arrives, the fruit will appear suddenly. Let me speak honestly here. If these words touch something deep inside you, then stay near to this flow. These messages are like windows through them. You glimpse the orchestration of heaven in your own life, and I invite you, with no pressure, only sincerity, to like this message, to share it with someone who may need hope, and to subscribe, so you remain connected to this journey, not as a demand, but as a beautiful choice. Think of it like adding your voice to a choir. Each voice alone is fragile, but together they create harmony that fills the room. When you engage, you are joining the song, helping the music reach farther and touch more hearts. Or consider the image of fire. A single spark may flicker out, but when combined with others, it becomes a flame strong enough to warm homes and guide travelers through the night. Liking, sharing, and subscribing is simply adding your spark to the fire, so that together, light spreads where darkness thought it could reign. It is not obligation, it is participation in something greater. Chosen one. Orchestration is happening even now. Every encounter, every closed door, every sudden peace, every stirring in your heart is part of a larger design. The friendships that faded, the prayers that seemed unanswered, the shifts in your path, all were notes in a divine melody. And soon you will hear the music rise into fullness. Look at Joseph's story. Sold by brothers, imprisoned unjustly, forgotten by men, yet each twist was orchestration. Every setback positioned him closer to the palace. The very betrayal that seemed like destruction became the bridge to destiny. Your life carries the same pattern. The very things that felt like losses are becoming the pathways to promise. When heaven orchestrates, nothing is wasted, even the mistakes, even the delays. Even the wounds are turned into notes in the song. Think of stained glass. Alone, each shard of glass is sharp, broken, even dangerous. But when fitted into a window and lit by sunlight, the shards become beauty that tells a story. Your broken pieces are being arranged into a masterpiece that will shine when heaven's light pours through. So trust the orchestration. Do not fear the unknown, for the unknown is where God arranges his greatest surprises. Do not cling to what was lost, for every loss was calculated into a greater gain. Do not doubt your path, for even the detours are leading you to destiny. Chosen one. Lift your heart now. The conductor's hand is raised. The symphony of your life is reaching crescendo. And you, once unsure, will soon hear the harmony that has been forming all along. It will move you. It will move others. and it will testify that heaven never misses a note. Chosen one. The hours of heaven are never random. Just as the sun rises at its appointed time and tides obey the pull of the moon, your life also moves by prophetic timing. What may have felt like endless waiting has been building toward this moment. A turning point, not determined by human clocks, but by eternal design. Prophetic timing is not about chance. It is not coincidence that you are alive in this very generation, walking through these exact trials, and hearing these words now. Prophetic timing means that before your first breath, heaven already marked an hour for your breakthrough, your encounter, your transformation. You are standing inside one of those marked hours. Think of a fruit tree again. It begins as a seed, unseen and forgotten beneath the soil. For years it grows silently, putting down roots, stretching slowly upward. Then one day, in a season predetermined by nature, blossoms appear. They do not ask permission. They do not delay. They simply arrive. Because the time has come. That is prophetic timing. The blossoms in your life are beginning to show, because the season has turned. The book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3 declares, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." This verse is more than ancient ink. It is confirmation for you now. Your revelation, your promise, has been waiting for its appointed time, and that time is finally striking. Prophetic timing explains why the waiting felt so heavy. If the promise had come too soon, it would have found you unprepared. If it had come too late, it would have missed its impact. But prophetic timing is never early, never late. It is perfect. Just as a train arrives exactly when it should, carrying passengers to their destination, your destiny has arrived at the platform. Now, consider the story of Sarah and Abraham. Promises of a child seemed impossible, delayed for years beyond reason. Yet when the time came, Isaac was born. Laughter filled their home, and generations were changed. The delay did not mean denial. It meant the birth had to align with heaven's calendar. Your story mirrors theirs. What looked barren will bear fruit. Not because of your effort, but because of timing. Chosen one. Prophetic timing is also why the enemy fought you so hard. Darkness does not resist what is insignificant. The interference you faced, the battles you endured, the whispers of despair, all were intensifying because heaven's clock was nearing your hour. The closer the breakthrough, the stronger the resistance. Yet here you stand, proof that timing has overcome opposition. Sometimes timing reveals itself in small shifts, a sudden peace in your heart, a new clarity in your mind, a door opening that once seemed sealed shut. Other times, it bursts in like lightning, changing everything in a single moment. Either way, the effect is the same. The old season ends, and the new begins. You are stepping into that shift now. Think of a theater stage. For long minutes the curtain stays closed, and the audience grows restless. They wonder if the show will ever begin. But behind the curtain, stagehands are preparing. Actors are dressing. Lights are adjusting. Then suddenly, at the exact right moment, the curtain rises, and everything is revealed. That is prophetic timing. You have been waiting in the audience of your own life, restless, wondering. But the curtain is lifting now, The story is ready to unfold. Chosen one. Prophetic timing also means you do not need to strive. You do not need to force open doors or beg for opportunities. When the hour strikes, what belongs to you will find you, just as day follows night without effort. Your blessing will follow the appointed moment. There was once a young man who longed for a career breakthrough. He tried every path, knocked on countless doors, and faced disappointment after disappointment. Then, one ordinary day, he received a call. He did not expect an opportunity aligned perfectly with his gifts. Looking back, he realized the years of delay had trained him, and the sudden opening was not random but prophetic. The same is happening for you. The ordinary day is becoming extraordinary because the appointed time has come. Do not be surprised if what once seemed impossible becomes natural in this season. Prophetic timing shifts realities. It takes closed wombs and brings children, takes dry bones and raises armies, takes fishermen and turns them into apostles. When the time is right, nothing can resist it. Chosen one. Prophetic timing is also relational. The connections you need will not miss you. The people ordained for your journey will arrive exactly when they should. The love you longed for, the partnership you prayed for, the union heaven promised, all are tied to timing. You do not need to chase them. They are being released into your path now. At the appointed hour, think of the tides. They rise and fall, not by human control, but by the pull of the moon. In the same way, your life rises into destiny, not by striving, but by the gravitational pull of prophetic timing. You are being drawn forward, lifted higher, carried into alignment by forces greater than you. Chosen one. Breathe deeply now. Let go of the anxiety that once pushed you. Trust the timing. Trust the design. The fact that you are here, alive, hearing this message, is itself evidence. Heaven has aligned this moment for you. The appointed time is not coming. It has arrived, and as you step into it, remember, what is aligned by heaven cannot be undone by earth. Chosen one. The appointed time does not arrive without signs. When heaven orchestrates a union, there are marks, subtle but undeniable, that reveal what is true and what is counterfeit. These signs are not tricks of emotion or fleeting attraction. They are confirmations written into the fabric of your spirit. Think of a key fitting into a lock. Many keys may look similar, but only one unlocks the door. The signs of your divine connection are like the grooves in the key, precise, intentional, impossible to counterfeit. They ensure that when the right person appears, your spirit will recognize the match without striving. The Apostle Paul reminds us in his first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 12, "What we have received is not the spirit of the world, but the Spirit who is from God, so that we may understand what God has freely given us. You carry the Spirit of God inside you, and through that Spirit you will discern what is given freely from heaven." Chosen one. One sign is peace, not the shallow calm that disappears when storms rise, but deep, unshakable peace. When heaven sends someone, their presence does not stir confusion or fear. It feels like a still river after chaos, like shade on a hot day, like a harbor for a weary ship. You will not have to chase or beg for it. The peace itself will testify. Another sign is alignment. You will notice that the path of your life, with all its twists and detours, will suddenly make sense in their presence. Their story will echo yours in surprising ways. The pain you carried, the lessons you learned, the waiting you endured, all will connect with their journey. It will feel less like meeting a stranger and more like remembering someone you always knew. Chosen one. Watch also for confirmation in your spirit. You may find dreams stirred again, visions sharpened, clarity heightened. Heaven often sends whispers, little signs that add up, scriptures that come alive, conversations that align, even random encounters that echo the same truth. This is how the Spirit reassures you that what you are seeing is not illusion. Think of magnets. Alone, they sit still, but when they come near their match, an invisible pull draws them together. That pull is not forced, it simply exists. The same is true of your divine connection. You will not need to manipulate or perform. The invisible pull of destiny will draw you both forward. There was once a woman who had given up on love, tired of disappointments and counterfeits. One evening she sat in prayer, releasing her hope. Weeks later, she encountered a man in the most ordinary setting. What surprised her was not his charm, but the ease she felt in his presence. No striving, no fear, only recognition. As time passed, small signs continued to appear, shared scriptures, parallel life lesson, even overlapping dreams. She realized heaven had been preparing them both separately for this union. Chosen one. Another sign is that your light will not intimidate them. Counterfeits often shrink when confronted by your strength, your faith, your uniqueness. But the one heaven sends will not be threatened, they will celebrate it. They will not ask you to dim your fire, but will fan it brighter. Their presence will encourage your purpose, not compete with it. You will also see the sign of endurance. This connection will not vanish at the first sign of difficulty, where others abandoned you in storms. This one will remain, just as Ruth clung to Naomi, declaring, "Where you go, I will go. So will they stand firm beside you." That loyalty is a mark of covenant, not convenience. Chosen one. Do not be surprised if the signs come quietly. Heaven does not always shout. Sometimes the signs are as simple as a conversation that lingers in your spirit, or a prayer answered in their words, without them even knowing. Look for the quiet consistencies. Look for the fruit, not the flash. There will also be a sign in timing. This connection will arrive not when you are desperate, but when you are ready. Heaven does not send blessings into the hands of unprepared vessels. The very fact that you endured waiting means you are now prepared to receive without fear of loss. Think of two rivers that begin miles apart, winding through valleys and mountains, unseen to one another. For years they travel their separate courses. Then, at a moment no map could fully predict, they converge and become one greater river. That is what heaven is arranging. You and your soulmate have been flowing separately, but the signs will appear when your paths are converging. Chosen one. I ask you now to respond in faith. Write in the comments 555. This number is a prophetic act, declaring grace, change, and divine connection. By writing it, you are agreeing with heaven. I will not miss the signs. I will recognize what is true. It is not superstition, it is declaration. And do not worry that you will miss what is yours. Heaven has a way of confirming again and again, until you cannot deny it. The spirit within you will not allow you to walk blind. Soon, you will look back and realize the signs were always there: the peace, the alignment, the confirmation, the endurance. The signs will not confuse you. They will reassure you. They will whisper what your heart already knows. This is the one heaven has sent, chosen one. Rest in this. Recognition is not about striving. It is about trusting. And when the signs appear, you will not need convincing. You will simply know. These signs are heaven's safeguard. Without them, you might fall for charm or surface appearances. But with them, you learn to see deeper. Peace reveals truth. Alignement éveille purpose. Endurance prouve covenant. And confirmation settles doubt. They form a compass that points toward what is real. It is important to understand that signs are not meant to create fear or hesitation. They are meant to anchor you. When the right person comes, you will not have to second-guess endlessly. The signs will echo in your spirit, matching what heaven has already whispered in your waiting season. So do not rush, and do not panic. Heaven is faithful. When the moment arrives, your soul will recognize, your spirit will confirm, and your heart will rest. That is the power of signs prepared by God. Chosen one. There is a dimension of love that the world cannot fully describe. It goes beyond attraction, beyond admiration, beyond the surface currents of emotion. It is the bond of soul to soul, the invisible thread that ties two lives together, not by accident, but by design. This bond is not fleeting. It carries the weight of eternity. Attraction may ignite quickly, like a spark striking dry wood, but a soul bond burns deeper, steady and enduring, like coals that glow long after flames have faded. When two souls meet in alignment with heaven's plan, they recognize each other not with the eyes first, but with the spirit. It feels less like meeting for the first time and more like remembering someone who was always part of you. The book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse 24 declares, "That is why a man leaves his father and mother and is united to his wife, and they become one flesh." This ancient truth reveals more than physical union. It unveils the merging of lives, the weaving together of two destinies. It is the soul-to-soul bond that transforms two individuals into one story. Chosen one. You will know this bond because it will not demand that you shrink. Where counterfeit connections once asked you to dim your light, this bond will make your light shine brighter. Where others felt threatened by your strength, this bond will celebrate it. Where past relationships brought restlessness, this one will bring deep rest. Think of two instruments playing in harmony, alone. Each carries beauty, but when played together in tune, they create music that moves hearts. A soul bond is such harmony. It does not erase individuality, but it unites differences into a greater sound. There was once a woman who had walked through many disappointments. Each time, she gave, hoping the connection would last. But each time it crumbled. Then one day, she met a man who seemed ordinary at first. There were no fireworks, no chaos, no desperate chase. What surprised her was the calm. They could sit in silence and feel complete. Their conversations carried weight. Their laughter carried ease. Over time, she realized this was not ordinary affection. It was recognition of the soul. A soul bond often reveals itself through vulnerability. With the right person, You will feel safe to share the hidden corners of your story. Not out of fear, not out of need for validation, but because your soul recognizes a safe harbor. They will not weaponize your wounds, they will honor them, and you will do the same for them. Chosen one. This bond is also about mission. Heaven never unites two souls without purpose. Your union is not only for companionship, but also for impact. Together you will carry assignments that you could not complete alone. You will be stronger as one, not only in love, but also in calling. This is why your journey was delayed. It was waiting for the bond that could carry the mission. Think of two rivers flowing toward the sea. Alone, each is powerful, but when they merge, their waters surge with greater strength, carving follies, nourishing lands, creating new paths. That is the nature of a soul-to-soul bond. Your lives together will not only refresh you, but also many others. Chosen one. Another mark of this bond is endurance through storms. Temporary connections dissolve when winds rise, but a true bond weathers the storm and grows stronger in the rain. It is tested, yet unbroken. It is challenged, yet unshaken. This endurance is evidence that the bond is more than emotion, it is covenant. Think of David and Jonathan, whose friendship carried covenant strength. Jonathan gave David his robe and weapons, symbolizing loyalty deeper than words. Their souls were knit together in trust and purpose. In the same way, your soul bond with your destined partner will carry this covenant strength. It will be a relationship sealed not only by affection, but by sacrifice and trust. Sometimes you will feel the bond in silence, a glance, a touch, or even just presence will carry meaning beyond words. Other times you will feel it in agreement, two voices praying together, declaring truth together, lifting each other higher. This is not ordinary love, this is alignment of purpose, woven by heaven itself. Chosen one. Understand that a soul bond is not about perfection. You will not meet someone flawless, nor will you become flawless for them. Instead, the bond will carry grace. Their weaknesses will not repel you, but invite your support. Your flaws will not disgust them, but stir their compassion. Together, you will sharpen one another, sand away rough edges, and grow stronger. Consider iron sharpening iron. Sparks may fly, but the result is sharper, more effective, more refined. In a soul bond, challenges are not signs of failure. They are opportunities to grow together, to deepen trust, to learn patience. Every season becomes part of the refining of your love. There is also a spiritual depth to this bond. It will call you higher. With them, you will pray more boldly, dream more freely, and trust more deeply. Their presence will not distract you from God, but draw you closer to Him. For a true soul-to-soul bond does not replace your connection with heaven, it amplifies it. Chosen one. Do not be surprised if this bond feels familiar. It may feel like coming home after a long journey. Not because they complete you, you are already whole, but because together you reflect heaven's design more fully. Alone you shine, but together you blaze. This bond is sacred. It is what you have waited for, what the years of loneliness, interference, and refining were preparing you to receive. And when it comes, you will not need to grasp tightly out of fear. You will rest in it, knowing it is not fragile, because it was not built by human hands. Chosen one. Hold this truth. A soul-to-soul bond is not a fantasy. It is a promise written into eternity. And now, as heaven's timing unfolds, it is drawing near. Soon you will know it not only in words, but in experience. Chosen one. When heaven prepares a soulmate for you, it is not just about companionship, it is about reflection. The one destined for you will mirror your strength, your resilience, and even your scars. They are not a duplicate of you, but when you look at them, you will see pieces of your own journey reflected back. This reflection is not accidental. It is heaven's way of showing you that you are not alone in what you endured. Think of a mirror. When you stand before it, it does not create something new. It reveals what already exists. In the same way, when you stand with your destined partner, you will see the strength you carried through the fire, the courage you summoned in storms, and the faith you refused to let go. The mirror does not flatter, it confirms. Their story will echo yours in ways that surprise you, and their victories will remind you of your own. The Apostle Paul writes in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 3, verse 18, "And we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit." This is not only about your personal transformation, it also applies to how a soulmate reflects the work of God within you. Their life becomes a testimony of similar transformation, a parallel story that reminds you of what you have overcome. Chosen one. You have carried battles that others cannot understand. Silent struggles, lonely nights, private wars that left no outward evidence but carved depth within you. Your soulmate has walked through battles of their own, different in detail, but similar in weight. This is why, when you meet, you will recognize one another not by superficial charm, but by the familiarity of resilience. It is as if you will see in their eyes the same storms you have weathered, the same mountains you have climbed, the same valleys you have crossed. This mirroring of strength builds trust. You will know they understand without needing endless explanations. They will not minimize your pain because they have felt their own. They will not dismiss your victories because they know the cost of triumph. Together, your shared strength becomes a foundation for covenant love. Think of two warriors meeting after a long battle. Their armor is dented. Their faces bear scars. Their eyes carry the memory of struggle. They do not need to speak much. They understand each other's survival. They clasp hands, not in pity, but in respect. This is how your bond will feel. Two souls who fought in different arenas, yet now stand side by side, strengthened by the echo of shared endurance. Chosen one. The mirror of strength also brings balance. Where you are weary, they will carry. Where they are faint, you will uplift. It is not about perfection, but about partnership. A true soulmate does not erase your weakness, but helps you bear it, just as you help them bear theirs. In this exchange, strength multiplies. Consider the image of two trees standing close together in the wind. Alone, each tree bends under pressure, roots straining against the soil. But when their roots intertwine, they anchor one another. The storms may still rage, but together they remain unshaken. That is what a mirrored strength produces, a partnership unmovable by life's winds. There was once a man who spent years overcoming rejection. He thought no one could understand the weight of constantly being overlooked. Then he met a woman who had battled through abandonment of her own. At first, they shared stories cautiously, but as trust grew, they realized their scars were similar. Instead of driving them apart, it drew them closer. In each other's pain, they found healing. In each other's resilience, they found admiration. That is the beauty of mirrored strength. It transforms wounds into bridges. Chosen one, you may wonder why heaven allowed you to endure so much. This is part of the answer. Without your journey, you would not recognize the reflection when it appears. Without your scars, you would not appreciate the scars of another. Without your victories, you would not understand the cost of theirs. The mirror of strength is only possible when both have endured. Another mark of this reflection is humility. When you see your strength mirrored, you will not feel the need to compete or dominate. Instead, you will honor their battles as much as your own. Their victories will not intimidate you, they will inspire you, and your victories will do the same for them. Together, humility will weave respect into the fabric of your love. Chosen one. Mirrored strength is also prophetic. It points not only to what you endured, but to what you will accomplish together. Just as two rivers double their force when they merge, your combined resilience will propel you into assignments that neither of you could fulfill alone. Your scars will become testimonies. Your endurance will become ministry. Your survival will become a beacon for others. Think of a mosaic made of broken pieces. Alone, each shard is sharp, fragile, and incomplete. But when placed together by a skilled artist, the shards form a picture more beautiful than before. Your life has been such a shard, and so has theirs. Together, the brokenness becomes art. The cracks become lines of beauty, and the image of redemption is revealed. Chosen one. Prepare your heart. The mirror of strength is not about living in the past, but about building the future. You and your destined partner will not only recognize one another's scars, you will celebrate the fact that neither of you gave up. That shared survival will become the platform for shared destiny. So do not despise your scars. Do not hide your endurance. These are the very things that will allow you to recognize the reflection. And when you do, you will know without doubt, this is not coincidence. This is heaven showing you your own strength in the eyes of another. Chosen one. You must understand this clearly. The bond heaven is preparing for you is not only for comfort, not only for companionship, but for mission. When two souls are joined by divine orchestration, their love becomes a force, a light set on a hill, impossible to hide. Your union is not just about holding hands, it is about holding destiny. Every trial you faced alone, every lesson carved into your soul, every scar that became wisdom, these were not only for your survival, they were also preparation for the shared mission ahead. Your soulmate will not only walk beside you in affection, but will walk with you in calling. Together, you will build what neither of you could have built alone. The Apostle Paul writes in his first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 3, verse 9, "For we are co-workers in God's service. You are God's field, God's building." This is the essence of your union. Co-workers in God's service. Your bond is not for isolation, it is for collaboration with heaven. Think of fire. A single flame flickers, fragile, vulnerable to the wind. But when two flames meet, They merge into a blaze that resists the night. That is what your love will become, a fire strong enough to warm, guide, and protect others. Where one flame might falter, two together will endure. Consider also the wings of a bird. One wing alone cannot lift it into the sky, but when both wings move in rhythm, the bird rises into flight. You are one wing, your soulmate the other, and together you will soar higher than either could imagine. Chosen one. Do not underestimate what your shared mission means. Heaven has chosen you both to be carriers of light in a world weighed down by shadows. Your laughter will not only heal you, it will heal those who hear it. Your love will not only anchor you, it will inspire those who watch it. Your endurance will not only carry you, it will strengthen those who are faltering. This is why heaven took such care in preparing both of you separately, because together you will multiply impact. There was once a couple who thought their love story was only about themselves, but as they walked faithfully, people around them began to notice their joy, their patience, their faith. Strangers asked them how they endured hardship with peace. Friends drew closer to their home because it radiated warmth. Without preaching a word, their love itself became testimony. This is the mission love that speaks louder than sermons. Covenant that becomes a living message. Your mission together will not always look dramatic. Sometimes it will be as simple as being present for one another, modeling faithfulness in a world obsessed with replacements. Sometimes it will be serving others quietly, extending kindness to those forgotten. And sometimes it will be bold, standing against darkness, building projects, leading movements. Whatever the expression, the root will always be the same, a love rooted in heaven, overflowing to earth. Chosen one. I want you to feel this deeply. When you walk into this shared mission, you are stepping into a rhythm heaven has written long ago. It is like music already playing in the background of your life, waiting for both voices to sing together. And when you do, the harmony will be unmistakable. And now, let me speak gently, from the heart. If these words stir something within you, if they awaken hope or bring tears of recognition, I invite you to respond in a way that is both symbolic and free. Just as two rivers join to form a greater flow, you can add your voice to this stream. Like this message as a way of saying, I am part of this flame. Share it like passing a torch into another hand, spreading light into places you may never reach yourself. Subscribe as planting your root deeper into this soil, choosing to grow where encouragement, truth, and destiny flow. It is not obligation. It is not demand. It is beauty, the beauty of choosing to add your spark to the fire, your voice to the song, your drop to the river. Every small action becomes part of the greater mission, multiplying light where darkness once claimed ground. Chosen one. Mission is never just about one, it is about the joining of hearts, the merging of strengths, the intertwining of callings. And now, your season of mission is approaching. No longer will you fight battles alone. No longer will you walk valleys without a hand beside you. The one heaven sends will carry the mission with you. Shoulder to shoulder, heart to heart. This is why your journey has been so long, why your refining has been so intense. Because heaven does not send shallow partners for deep assignments, and your assignment is deep. You will build together. You will heal together. You will shine together. So hold this in your spirit. Your soulmate is not only a partner in love, they are a partner in destiny. Together, you will be co-workers in God's service, living testimonies of His faithfulness, and bearers of a light that cannot be hidden. Chosen one. One of the most profound gifts of heaven-sent love is its power to heal. You have carried wounds, some visible, many invisible, that shaped the way you walk, the way you trust, the way you hope, the pain of rejection, the sting of betrayal, the ache of loneliness. These have left marks upon your heart, yet none of these marks are beyond the touch of healing love. This love is not a bandage that hides scars. It is a balm that restores what was broken. It is not quick comfort that fades after a season, but steady presence that rewrites your story. When heaven sends your soulmate, their love will not erase your past, but it will redeem it. Suddenly, the nights you thought were wasted will make sense, because every moment of sorrow prepared you to recognize the difference between counterfeit affection and true covenant. The Book of Psalms, Chapter 147, verse 3 declares, He heals the broken-hearted and binds up their wounds. This verse is not abstract. It is the very work heaven intends to perform in you. Often through the love you are about to encounter, your soulmate will not come as a savior, but as a vessel of healing, carrying compassion, patience, and tenderness in their presence. Think of a cracked vessel, alone. It leaks and feels useless, but in the hands of a skilled craftsman, gold is poured into the cracks, sealing and strengthening them, creating a new design that is even more beautiful than before. This is what healing love does. It does not pretend the cracks never existed. It fills them with grace, turning brokenness into beauty. There was once a man who had lived through heartbreak so deep that he vowed never to trust again. But when he met the one prepared for him, he noticed something different. She did not rush him, did not demand his trust instantly. Instead, she gave space, listened without judgment, and stayed present. Over time, his heart began to open. He realized that her consistency was medicine. Her patience was healing. Slowly, he trusted again, not because she forced him, but because love itself became a safe place. Chosen one. This is how your soulmate's love will feel. It will not pressure. It will not manipulate. It will not demand. It will be patient, like rain falling softly on dry ground. At first, the soil resists, hardened by seasons of drought. But as the rain continues, the soil softens, and life begins to grow again. Your heart, once hardened by pain, will soften under the gentle rain of love, and new joy will bloom where sorrow once reigned. Healing love also reveals the lies you once believed. For years, you may have thought you were unworthy of lasting love, that your flaws made you undeserving, that your past disqualified you. But when true love enters, those lies cannot remain. Their eyes will tell you what words never could, that you are worthy, valuable, chosen, and slowly, the lies will lose power. Think of sunlight shining into a dark room. The darkness does not argue. It simply flees. In the same way, healing love does not debate your fears. It dispels them. It brings light so steady that shadows have no place to remain. Chosen one. Healing love is also reciprocal. Just as your soulmate will be a vessel of healing to you, so you will be a vessel of healing to them. They too have walked through wounds, disappointments, and losses, and your compassion, shaped by your own scars, will minister to their heart. This is how covenant works. Each one pours into the other, and together you are restored. Consider the image of two hands, each scarred from past battles. Alone, the scars tell stories of pain, but when the hands join, the scars no longer look like weakness, they look like survival. And together, they tell a story of victory. This is how your healing will unfold side by side. Scars becoming testimonies. Chosen one. Healing love will also restore joy. Pain often teaches us to survive, but it sometimes robs us of laughter. When your soulmate arrives, joy will return. You will laugh without fear, smile without pretending, and rest without anxiety. Their presence will remind you what it feels like to be free. There was a woman who carried grief so heavy that even moments of happiness felt fleeting when she finally encountered the one prepared for her. She was surprised at how much she laughed, not because life was suddenly perfect, but because love itself became a wellspring of joy. Healing love does not remove every storm, but it gives you shelter within it. Chosen one. Healing love also points you back to God. It does not pull you away from your source of strength, it draws you closer. When someone loves you with heaven's heart, you begin to see yourself as God sees you, worthy, cherished, whole. Their love becomes a mirror, reflecting divine truth until you believe it for yourself. And this love will not fade with time. It will deepen. The more storms you weather together, the more healing you will experience. What once hurt to remember will become stories of triumph. What once weighed you down will become wings that lift you. This is the sacred power of healing love. So, do not despise your scars. Do not hide your wounds. They are not disqualifications. They are places waiting for love to pour in. And when your soulmate comes, you will discover that heaven had already prepared someone with the tenderness to touch your wounds without fear, and the strength to help you carry them. Chosen one. Healing love is not a dream, it is your next chapter. And when it arrives, you will not only heal, you will shine brighter than ever before. The beauty of healing love is that it transforms not only how you feel, but also how you see the world. Where you once looked at the future with suspicion, you will see with expectation. Where you once guarded your heart with walls, you will open doors with wisdom. This transformation is not forced, it flows naturally. Because love aligned with heaven always restores, and as your heart heals, you will carry that restoration into everything you touch. Relationships, purpose, even your daily walk will glow with renewed life. Healing love will not just change you, it will change everything around you. Chosen one. There comes a point when preparation turns into fulfillment, when waiting gives way to arrival, and when two lives, refined through fire and shaped through seasons, are brought together in what heaven calls a sacred union. This is not just a romance, not simply companionship, it is covenant. Covenant is deeper than agreement, higher than emotion, stronger than human will. It is a bond witnessed by heaven, sealed by divine purpose, and sustained by love that carries eternity in its breath. The Book of Malachi, chapter 2, verse 15 reminds us, Has not the one God made you? You belong to him in body and spirit. And what does the one God seek? Godly offspring. So, be on your guard, and do not be unfaithful to the wife of your youth. Here, covenant is described as more than personal. It is sacred, involving God himself. When two chosen ones come together, their love becomes a reflection of God's own faithfulness. Chosen one. Imagine a ceremony not held in cathedrals or under chandeliers, but in the courts of heaven itself. The witnesses are not only friends or family, but angels leaning near. Heaven's host rejoicing as two stories converge into one. Every tear you shed, every battle you endured, every lonely prayer you whispered, they all gather into this moment. Sacred union is not rushed, not fragile, not superficial. It is heaven's yes spoken into your life. Think of two threads woven into a tapestry, alone. Each thread can fray, each strand can unravel, but when woven together by the hand of a master craftsman, they become unbreakable, part of a greater design that tells a story. Your life is one thread, your soulmate's life another, and heaven is the craftsman weaving you into a picture bigger than yourselves. Chosen one. Sacred union does not mean perfection. It does not mean you will never disagree, never stumble, never face storms. But it does mean that no storm will have the power to tear you apart. Because covenant is not held together by feelings, it is held together by vows, by choice, by grace. Love may begin as emotion, but covenant deepens it into commitment that remains unshaken. There was once a couple who entered their union with trembling hearts. Both had scars. Both had doubts. Both had fears of repeating the past. Yet as they stood side by side, they realized their love was not built on fantasy, but on truth. Their sacred union did not erase their humanity, it sanctified it. Their scars became reminders of survival. Their fears transformed into opportunities to lean on God. And their covenant became stronger because it was rooted in faith. Chosen one. Sacred union also carries authority. When two chosen ones join in covenant, their love becomes a fortress. Darkness may try to press against it, but it cannot prevail. Their unity becomes a shield, protecting not only themselves, but those connected to them. It is like two torches brought together, the flame doubles, casting out shadows more fiercely than before. Think also of a sanctuary. Sacred union is a place of refuge, where you will find rest from the battles outside. It is where you can lay down your armor, where your tears are safe, where your laughter is pure. It is not a prison of control, but a sanctuary of freedom. In this covenant, you are fully known and yet fully loved. Sacred union is also prophetic. It points beyond itself to the love between Christ and his people. The Apostle Paul speaks of this mystery in Ephesians. For this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. This is a profound mystery, but I am talking about Christ and the church. Your covenant will not only bless you, it will be a living testimony of divine love on earth. Chosen one. Consider again the image of a garden. Alone, a single tree can provide shade. But when two trees grow side by side, their roots intertwine underground, strengthening each other, while their branches stretch outward, creating a canopy wide enough to shelter many. That is what sacred union does. It expands your capacity, not only for each other, but for those who will come under the shade of your covenant. You will notice in sacred union a sense of inevitability. It will not feel forced or fabricated. It will feel like something written long before your birth. A chapter you finally stepped into. Every step of waiting, every detour, every moment of refining will make sense, because they all led here. Chosen one. Sacred union will transform the way you see partnership. It is not about two halves making a whole. It is about two wholes joining to become greater. You are not incomplete without your soulmate. And they are not incomplete without you. But together, you reflect heaven's design more fully. And your impact multiplies. There was once a man and woman who, after years of waiting, finally met. They quickly realized their connection was not coincidence but destiny. As they built their life together, they noticed how even their weaknesses complemented one another. Where one was weak, the other was strong. Where one doubted, the other believed. Their sacred union did not erase difficulty, but it transformed difficulty into opportunity. Together, they accomplished what neither could have dreamed alone. Chosen one. Sacred union is the answer to prayers you thought had gone unheard. It is the fulfillment of promises whispered in your spirit, the fruit of seeds you sowed in tears. And when it comes, you will know it, not because of overwhelming emotion, but because of deep peace. Peace that cannot be explained. Peace that cannot be shaken. Peace that testifies, this is covenant. Lift your heart now. The waiting has not been wasted. The refining has not been for nothing. You are standing at the threshold of union not built by human hands, but ordained by God. Sacred union is near, and with it comes the fulfillment of your heart's deepest longing, the answer to your spirit's unspoken cry, and the beginning of a chapter written in heaven's own ink. Chosen one. A sacred union is not the end of your story, it is the unveiling of destiny together. What heaven joins is never just for the beauty of companionship, but for the multiplication of purpose. Alone, you carried weight with strength. Together, you will carry vision with power. Alone, you fought battles and overcame. Together, you will conquer territories and build what will outlive you. This unveiling will feel like stepping through a door that was hidden in plain sight. For years you pressed against walls, thinking there was no passage. Then suddenly, the wall shifts, and you see the doorway heaven prepared long ago. That doorway is not just into love, it is into mission, into impact, into legacy. The Word of God declares, in the book of Joshua, chapter 24, verse 15, "But as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord." This is the anthem of a union aligned with heaven. It is not merely about surviving together, but serving together. It is about shaping a household that shines like a city on a hill, visible to all, undeniable in its light. Chosen one. Picture two candles, alone. Each shines. Together, their light does not merely double, it expands, casting away more shadows than before. When your destiny is unveiled together, your influence will stretch wider, your reach will extend farther, and your impact will ripple into places you never dreamed possible. There was once a couple who came from entirely different worlds. Their backgrounds did not match. Their stories seemed unrelated. And yet, when they united, doors began to open that had been shut for years. Their combined gifts unlocked opportunities that neither could access alone. Their union unveiled a destiny greater than their individual parts. That is what heaven is preparing for you. This unveiling is not dramatic for the sake of spectacle. It is purposeful. Every gift inside you will find space to flourish beside your soulmate. Where others tried to minimize you, they will magnify you. Where you once walked cautiously, you will now run freely. Because the unveiling of destiny is not about limitation, it is about release. Chosen one, do not be surprised if this season brings acceleration. What once took years may take months. What once felt like struggle will feel like flow. Because heaven is not only unveiling your destiny, it is aligning time, space, and opportunity to carry it forward. Think of two streams flowing through valleys. For a long while, they are small, meandering, unseen. But when they converge, they become a river strong enough to carve canyons, nourish lands, and power mills. That is the unveiling of destiny together. What felt small will suddenly feel unstoppable. And now, I ask you to mark this moment. Write in the comments, 888. Why 888? Because it speaks of new beginnings, of cycles completed, of destiny unfolding in fullness. By declaring it, you are not chasing numbers, you are announcing agreement with heaven. I step into what has been unveiled. Andrew, chosen one. As your destiny unfolds together, you will notice doors opening in unexpected places. People will be drawn to the light of your covenant. Some will be healed simply by being near your love. Others will find courage by watching your endurance. Your union will not be private, only it will be a beacon. This unveiling also brings responsibility. Light cannot hide under a basket. It must shine. Your union will call you to lead, to guide, to mentor. It will call you to use your victories not just for yourselves, but for those still fighting. Heaven will place lives in your path, not by chance, but by purpose. And your destiny together will be to lift them higher. Chosen one. Think of an orchard. A single tree gives fruit. But when trees are planted side by side, they form an orchard that feeds nations. Your union is an orchard. The fruit of your love will not only nourish you, it will feed many who are hungry for hope, for healing, for truth. There was once a man who said he felt invisible until he met the woman destined for him. With her, he stepped into boldness he never knew he had. Together, they built a family, a ministry, and a legacy. Decades later, people spoke not only of their love, but of the way their love changed. Communities, this is the unveiling of destiny love that multiplies into legacy. Chosen one, hold this truth. Your waiting was never wasted. Every lonely night, every misunderstood choice, every tear you sowed, it was all building toward this unveiling. And when it happens, you will not question it. Peace will testify. Purpose will ignite. Fruit will appear. Lift your head and prepare. The veil is lifting. The story is unfolding. Destiny is not distant. It is here. And you are not stepping into it alone. You are stepping into it together. The unveiling of destiny is not just an announcement, it is a lived reality. You will notice how even small daily choices begin to carry eternal weight. What once felt ordinary will feel sacred, because everything aligns with greater purpose. The conversations you share, the projects you build, the prayers you release together, each becomes part of a larger ripple, shaping lives around you. And as the unveiling continues, you will no longer measure your life only in years, but in impact. This is what heaven had in mind all along, that your union would not only bless you, but echo into generations. Chosen one, every journey has a peak, a summit where the long climb gives way to breathtaking vision. For you, this is the crown moment. The crown is not simply a symbol of victory, it is the visible sign of everything endured, every test passed, every fire survived. It is heaven's acknowledgement that you have been faithful, that you stood firm when quitting seemed easier, that you carried burdens others could not see. This crown is not fashioned of gold alone. It is made of endurance, obedience, and resilience. It shines with the radiance of prayers whispered in secret, with the strength of tears that watered the soil of your destiny, with the light of battles fought in silence. Each jewel in this crown represents a season where you could have surrendered but chose to keep walking. The Apostle James writes in his letter, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." This promise has always been before you, even when you could not see it. The crown of life is not given cheaply. It is placed only on those who endure. Chosen one. The crown moment is not about pride. It is not about lording authority over others. It is about recognition. When heaven crowns you, it is declaring to the universe, this one has been faithful. This one has carried fire through darkness. This one is chosen, and their destiny is secured. Think of a marathon runner who stumbles and bleeds along the track. Every muscle aches. The crowd fades. And all that remains is the determination not to quit. Then finally, the finish line appears, and a crown is placed upon their head. The crown does not erase the pain of the race, but it redeems it. That is your story. The crown does not erase your wounds, it gives them meaning. There was once a woman who lived through years of obscurity, mocked for her faith, doubted by those closest to her. Yet she never abandoned the call burning within. Years later, doors opened suddenly. Opportunities multiplied, and influence expanded. She realized she was not stepping into something new, but into something she had been prepared for all along. That moment was her crown, a visible sign that the unseen endurance had been worth it. Chosen one. Your crown moment will feel similar. It will not arrive with fanfare for the world, but it will arrive with clarity in your spirit. You will know that this is the fulfillment of promises long carried. The peace you feel will testify louder than applause. The crown also represents authority to speak with weight, to act with confidence, to move in spaces you once thought were closed. Authority is not given to those who chase it. It is given to those who carry it quietly until heaven reveals it. That is what is being placed upon you now. Consider the image of a king or queen crowned in a quiet ceremony before stepping into their throne room. For years, they lived as heirs, often misunderstood, sometimes mocked, but always chosen. Then the moment arrives, and the crown is set upon their head, confirming what was true all along. This is how heaven sees you. You have been chosen from the beginning, but now the crown declares it publicly. Chosen one. Your soulmate is part of this crown moment. Their presence is not only comfort, but confirmation. When you see them by your side, you will realize the crown was not just about survival, but about partnership. The union itself becomes part of your coronation heaven, saying, "Now you are ready to rule, not alone, but together." End. The crown also speaks of legacy. Crowns are not worn only for personal honor, they represent generations. When you receive your crown, it is not only for you, but for those who will come after you. It ensures that your endurance will not die with you, but will echo into lives yet to be born. Think of a torch carried through a relay. Each runner carries it faithfully, passing it on so the flame continues. Your crown moment is like that torch. It is the recognition that you carried the fire faithfully, and now it will light the way for others. Chosen one. Do not be surprised if the crown feels weighty. It is not a decoration. It is responsibility. Authority always carries weight, and destiny always requires strength. Yet the very endurance that brought you here will sustain you to carry it well. The crown moment will also bring clarity. Where once your vision felt clouded, you will see with new eyes. Where once confusion reigned, you will walk in certainty. The crown shifts perspective. It lifts you higher, allowing you to see what was hidden from lower ground. There was once a man who struggled with self-doubt his whole life. He constantly questioned his worth, measuring himself against others. Then one day, after years of faithful service, he was given responsibility he never sought. Suddenly, he realized heaven had crowned him through trust and influence. From that day forward, he no longer questioned his worth. He knew it. The crown clarified what doubt had obscured. Chosen one. This is the moment heaven prepared you for. The crown is not a trophy of survival. It is a declaration of destiny. You will wear it not with arrogance, but with humility. Not to boast, but to bless. Your crown is the testimony of grace. So lift your head high. The crown has been placed, and though you may still walk among those who doubt, heaven has already confirmed you are chosen, crowned, and commissioned. Chosen one. When heaven forges a covenant, it is unstoppable. What is born in divine fire cannot be quenched by earthly waters. Your union, sealed not by human intention, but by eternal design, will stand as a fortress no storm can overthrow. It is not fragile, it is not temporary. It is anchored in eternity and unshakable by opposition. The Word of God declares in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 31, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" This truth is not a mere encouragement, it is the reality of your covenant. If God has orchestrated this bond, no voice of doubt, no scheme of darkness, no shifting circumstance has the power to undo it. Think of two mountains standing side by side. Wind may howl, rain may fall, but the mountains remain unmoved, their roots deep within the earth. That is your union. Storms may rage, yet you will remain unshaken, because heaven himself has planted your roots deep. Chosen one. You must also see this. An unstoppable union does not mean a union without battles. On the contrary, battles will come, but the bond will outlast them all. Just as a ship built with sturdy wood endures crashing waves, your love, constructed with covenantal timber, will carry you through every tide. There was once a couple who endured the loss of all their possessions in a single night. Everything seemed gone, but instead of blaming one another, they held tighter, prayed deeper, and rebuilt, stronger. Years later, they testified that the tragedy did not destroy them, it forged them. Their love was unstoppable because it was anchored beyond circumstance. Chosen one. Unstoppable union also carries harmony, like two voices singing in harmony. Your love will produce resonance that neither voice could achieve alone. Even when one falters, the other will carry the melody, and together, the song will never be silenced. Now let me speak gently from the heart. If this message stirs something within you, if it gives you peace or awakens hope, consider this. Just as two flames grow brighter when they merge, your participation here multiplies the light. I invite you, freely and sincerely, to like this message, to share it, and to subscribe, not as a demand, not as pressure, but as a way of saying, I want this flame to reach farther, to touch lives beyond my own. Then, think of a lantern lifted high on a dark path. Alone, it lights your way. But when others also lift their lanterns, the whole path becomes illuminated for countless travelers. By liking, sharing, and subscribing, you are lifting your lantern, helping to spread light where shadows thought they had dominion. This is not obligation, it is overflow. Chosen one. An unstoppable union is also like a bridge. Bridges face winds, floods, even the weight of countless travelers. Yet, when designed with precision, they not only endure, they carry others safely across. Your covenant will be such a bridge. It will not only sustain you, it will give others courage to believe that love, when rooted in heaven, can endure. Picture also a mighty oak tree. Through centuries, storms bend its branches, lightning scars its trunk, but its roots hold. Generations sit beneath its shade, never realizing how many storms it has endured. Your unstoppable union will be like this oak. Some will sit beneath its shade without knowing your storms, but heaven will know, and the strength will testify silently. Chosen one. Unstoppable does not mean untouched. You may feel the sting of winds, the weight of rain, the press of time, but unstoppable means that nothing has the power to break what heaven has joined. Like rivers carving follies, slow yet relentless, your love will prove its strength, not in words alone, but in endurance. There was once a woman who said that her husband was not perfect, nor was she. Yet, through decades, they chose each other again and again. When asked their secret, she smiled and said, "We remembered that storms are temporary, but covenant is forever." That is the heartbeat of unstoppable love it chooses. It endure. It remains. Chosen one. Your union will also reflect heaven's own love. It will be patient when tested, gentle when wounded, and fierce when threatened. And in its fierceness, it will terrify darkness. For nothing shakes the enemy more than a covenant that cannot be broken. Lift this truth into your heart. The unstoppable nature of your bond is not about perfection, it is about persistence. You will stumble. You will disagree. But you will rise again. Because love rooted in heaven is stronger than failure, stronger than weakness, stronger than fear. So walk boldly, knowing that your union is not fragile glass, but unbreakable diamond. It was formed under pressure, refined in fire, and set upon your head like a crown. Nothing can undo what heaven has decreed. And when others ask you how your love endures, you will answer with peace, it is not us alone. It is heaven within us. Oh, an unstoppable union carries with it a quiet authority. It doesn't need to prove itself loudly, because time itself testifies. When storms pass and the house still stands, neighbors take notice. When years flow by and the bond only deepens, even skeptics admit, this love is different. This authority is not flaunted, it is lived. Think of the lighthouse battered by waves. Ships far out at sea take comfort, not because the lighthouse shouts, but because it still shines. Night after night. That is the authority of your covenant. Without forcing, without demanding, it will guide. Others will watch you and begin to believe again. Your love will preach sermons without words. And in this way, your unstoppable union becomes more than survival. It becomes legacy. It will not only carry you, but will carve a path for others to follow. A living testimony of heaven's faithfulness. Chosen one. Every journey has seasons. You have walked through winters of silence, endured storms that seemed endless, and waited through long nights with no sign of dawn. Yet the law of heaven is this: after sowing comes reaping, after pruning comes blooming, after patience comes flourishing. You are stepping now into your season of flourishing. The prophet Hosea records in chapter 10, verse 12, "Sow righteousness for yourselves, reap the fruit of unfailing love, and break up your unplowed ground, for it is time to seek the Lord, until he comes and showers his righteousness on you." This is your confirmation. Seeds long buried are now breaking through the soil. Roots unseen are now pushing forth life. What you planted with tears will bloom with beauty. Think of a garden after heavy rain. For days the soil seemed dry, lifeless, resistant. Then the clouds opened. Water poured, and suddenly green shoots appeared everywhere. That is what your flourishing will look like. It will feel sudden, though it was being prepared all along. Chosen one. Flourishing does not come only in the form of material abundance. It comes in joy, in peace, in relationships, in purpose. You will laugh more freely, rest more deeply, and build more boldly. Where once you struggled just to survive, you will now have strength to thrive. There was once a man who labored in obscurity for years. He worked the soil faithfully. Though no one noticed, people mocked him for wasting effort on barren land. But one season, rains came in abundance. The ground that seemed cursed burst with harvest, so plentiful that even his critics came to marvel. His season of flourishing did not cancel his past labor, it redeemed it. In the same way, your hidden work, your quiet prayers, your unseen sacrifices are about to be rewarded openly. Flourishing also means restoration. Areas of your life that seemed dry will come alive again. Dreams you buried will stir. Visions you shelved will return. Desires you thought were gone will awaken. This is not nostalgia, it is resurrection. Flourishing breathes new life where death once reigned. Consider the vineyard. For years, the vine dresser cuts branches, prunes harshly, even strips leaves. To the untrained eye, it looks like destruction. But in the right season, The vines explode with fruit. The pruning was never punishment, it was preparation for flourishing. Every no you heard, every door that closed, every relationship that ended, they were pruning moments. Painful, yes, but necessary for the fruit that is now coming. Chosen one. Flourishing will not be subtle. Others will see it and testify. Some will ask how you endured. Others will try to explain it away. But deep down you will know, this is the Lord's doing. And it is marvelous. This is why I invite you now to declare it. Write in the comments, I will bloom. Just 3 words, yet filled with power. They are not only affirmation, but prophecy. By declaring it, you are stepping into alignment, saying, I accept my season of flourishing. I embrace my time of growth. These words are not for show, they are seeds spoken into your own atmosphere. Chosen one. Flourishing also carries responsibility. The fruit is not only for you, but for others. The shade of your tree will shelter many. The overflow of your harvest will feed those still in drought. Your flourishing is a testimony meant to encourage others. If God did it for you, He can do it for them. Think of rivers in flood season. They swell beyond their usual banks, nourishing fields far and wide. Your life will overflow in this season, touching places you did not even intend to reach. This is the nature of flourishing. It multiplies. It expands. It blesses. There was once a woman who gave selflessly in hidden ways. For years, she helped others, even when she herself lacked. Then, suddenly, doors of provision opened for her. She received more than she had ever given, not because she chased it, but because heaven honored her sowing. Her flourishing became a testimony in her community. Likewise, what you sowed in secret is about to return in abundance. Chosen one. Flourishing is also stability. Where once everything felt fragile, now you will walk with confidence. Where once doors slammed shut, now they will open smoothly. Flourishing brings rhythm, momentum, and peace. It is the season where you no longer struggle to prove, but simply live in the fruit of your faithfulness. Picture a field of sunflowers turning toward the sun, day after day. They follow the light. Then suddenly, the field bursts into golden bloom, stretching endlessly. That image is your flourishing. You have turned toward the light faithfully in every season. And now your reward is bursting into view. Chosen one. This season will remind you that God wastes nothing. The waiting, the pain, the pruning, it all becomes part of the harvest. Flourishing is not random. Blessing, it is divine reward. You endured what others abandoned. You sowed when others mocked. You prayed when others doubted. Now you will reap what only the faithful can reap. Do not be surprised when flourishing feels abundant beyond your expectation. That is how heaven works. When the prodigal returned, the father did not offer mere forgiveness. He threw a feast. When Sarah bore Isaac, it was not only a child, but laughter restored. Your flourishing will exceed your imagination, because heaven delights in lavish reward. Chosen one. Prepare your heart. The branches are heavy. The fruit is ripe. The fields are ready. Your flourishing has come, not tomorrow, not someday, but now. Step into it with joy, walk in it with gratitude, and share it with generosity. For this is the season heaven has written for you. This flourishing is not fragile. It is rooted in everything you endured, watered by every tear, strengthened by every trial. That is why it will last. What comes quickly may fade, but what comes through refining remains. Your flourishing will stand as evidence that heaven rewards faithfulness without fail. Chosen one. Flourishing does not arrive without resistance. Whenever heaven releases abundance, darkness attempts to steal, distort, or destroy. This is not because you are weak, it is because your flourishing carries weight. You must understand, opposition is not evidence of failure. Opposition is confirmation that what you carry threatens the kingdom of darkness. The book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 17 declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord." These words are your shield. The weapons may be formed, but they will not prosper. The accusations may be spoken, but they will fall powerless. Chosen one. Think of a battlefield after a victory. The enemy may still send arrows, but the ground has already been claimed. That is your reality. The land of flourishing belongs to you now. The arrows are nothing but desperate attempts to shake what is already secured. Opposition comes in many forms. Sometimes it arrives as people who misunderstand you, who criticize or mock what they cannot comprehend. Other times it comes through sudden difficulties, unexpected delays, or internal doubts. Yet all of these are distractions meant to shift your eyes away from the harvest. If you remain steady, the opposition will fade while the fruit remains. There was once a farmer who sowed faithfully for years. When the harvest finally came, crows gathered to eat the seed. Storms threatened to flatten the crop, and thieves eyed the fields. At first, he panicked, thinking he would lose everything. But then he remembered, the harvest itself was proof he had not labored in vain. The opposition only appeared because abundance had arrived. He built fences, stood, watched, and preserved what was his. So it will be with you. Chosen one. Flourishing attracts notice. Darkness despises light that cannot be hidden. But what the enemy fails to realize is that every attempt to oppose you only strengthens you. Resistance builds resilience, and attacks reveal authority. The more you endure, the more unstoppable you become. Think of the eagle again. When smaller birds harass it in flight, the eagle does not fight back at their level. Instead, it rises higher, soaring where the air is too thin for the others to follow. That is how you will overcome opposition, not by wasting strength in petty battles, but by rising above, carried on the winds of destiny. Opposition may also come from within, whispers of doubt, fear of failure, memories of past pain. These are perhaps the hardest battles, because they echo in your own mind. But even here, the truth remains, you are not the same as before. The endurance you built in waiting, the healing you received in love, the authority you carry in covenant, these have armed you with strength for every inner battle. Consider the image of a ship in stormy seas. The waves crash, winds howl, lightning splits the sky, yet the anchor holds. The storm does not disappear, but the ship remains unmoved because its foundation is deeper than the waves. Your soul is anchored in God. Opposition may roar, but it cannot uproot you. There was a woman who, after entering her flourishing season, faced sudden resistance from unexpected places. Friends turned distant, critics grew louder, and obstacles multiplied. She wondered if she had made a mistake. Yet in prayer, she heard the whisper, "This is not punishment. This is proof." She understood then that the opposition was evidence of breakthrough, not the reversal of it. And with that revelation, she pressed forward and saw her flourishing multiply. Chosen one. Remember this: flourishing and opposition are twin signs of destiny. One reveals the blessing, the other confirms its weight. Without flourishing, there is nothing to resist. Without opposition, there is no proof of impact. Together, they testify that you are walking exactly where you are meant to be. Opposition will not last forever. Just as storms eventually pass, just as night eventually gives way to dawn, so too will the resistance fade. But the fruit of your flourishing will remain, and your destiny will continue to grow. Picture a blacksmith at the forge. Each strike of the hammer seems violent, but every blow shapes the metal into strength and beauty. Opposition feels like those blows, heavy and relentless. Yet, in reality, it is forming you into a weapon of resilience, a vessel of endurance, a testimony of unshakable faith. Chosen one. Opposition also reveals who truly belongs in your circle. Some will fall away when resistance rises, revealing their loyalty was shallow. Others will stand firm beside you, proving their covenant is true. This pruning is painful, but it is necessary. Better to walk with a few faithful than with a crowd that collapses under pressure. And in this season, you will notice something else. What once would have broken you will no longer shake you. Where one word of criticism used to wound, now it rolls off. Where delays once discouraged, now they strengthen your patience. Where storms once terrified, now they remind you of your anchor. This is growth. This is evidence that opposition no longer defines you, it only refines you. Chosen one. Take courage. Opposition is not the end of flourishing, it is the companion of it. The crown on your head shines brighter when tested. The fruit of your field tastes sweeter when preserved. And the testimony of your life carries more power when opposition fails to destroy you. So walk boldly into your season. Do not fear the arrows. Do not tremble at the storms. Do not be shaken by the critics. Your flourishing is secured. Your destiny is sealed. And your covenant is unstoppable. The opposition may come, but it cannot win. For heaven has already written the final word. You are chosen. You are crowned. You are victorious. Chosen one. The blessing that rests upon you is not limited to your own life. What heaven has been cultivating in you will ripple far beyond your days, flowing into the generations that follow. Your endurance, your covenant, your flourishing, these are not only for you, they are seeds planted into time itself, and their harvest will feed your children, your children's children, and countless others touched by your legacy. The Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 9 proclaims, "Know therefore that the Lord your God is God. He is the faithful God, keeping his covenant of love to 1,000 generations of those who love him and keep his commandments. This is the assurance that what you are carrying does not end with you." Covenant extant. Blessing multiplies, and faithfulness echoes through generations. Chosen one. Think of a river. It begins as a spring in hidden places, flowing quietly through narrow paths. Over time, it grows wider, nourishing fields, quenching thirst, sustaining life. Then it continues beyond sight, into valleys and lands you may never visit. Your life is that spring, your choices, the flow, and your legacy, the river reaching generations you will never meet. Generational blessing means that the battles you fought will not have to be fought again. The chains that bound you will break permanently, so your descendants walk free. The loneliness you endured will become the foundation for families overflowing with love. The scarcity you faced will give way to abundance that continues for years. You are not only living for yourself, you are rewriting history for those yet to be born. There was once a woman who endured deep poverty in her youth. She prayed not only for survival, but for transformation. Over years she built with faith, endured with patience, and sowed with sacrifice. Decades later, her grandchildren enjoyed opportunities she had only dreamed of. They walked on floors she laid, ate from orchards she planted, and lived in freedom she had fought for. Her story reminds us, when one person stands faithful, entire generations rise. Chosen one. Generational blessing is not just material, it is spiritual. Your prayers will cover those who come after you, even long after you are gone. Your faith will set a pattern in your family line. The words you speak now, the choices you make today, the love you pour out, these become the inheritance of your descendants. Think of Abraham. His obedience birthed a covenant that outlived him. Nations were blessed through his lineage because he believed, because he trusted, because he obeyed. In the same way, your faith now is not confined to this moment. It is writing a future beyond your lifetime. Generational blessing also redeems patterns of pain. Perhaps in your family line there have been cycles of brokenness, addiction, betrayal, or despair. Those cycles end with you. Heaven has raised you as a breaker of chains, a restorer of paths, a pioneer of a new line. What bound those before you will not touch those after you, because you chose obedience. You chose covenant. You chose faithfulness. Chosen one. Imagine a great tree. Its roots stretch deep into the soil, anchoring against winds. Its trunk is scarred from storms, yet it stands tall. Its branches spread wide, offering shade and fruit to all who rest beneath it. Birds nest in its branches. Children play in its shadow. Travelers find rest under its canopy. That tree is you. Your life becomes a shelter for generations. Your scars testify of survival. Your strength provides stability, and your fruit sustains life beyond your own. There was once a man who prayed every night for his unborn grandchildren. He had not even seen their faces, but his prayers laid foundations. Years later, those grandchildren grew with resilience, with wisdom, with faith. They testified they never understood why peace seemed to follow them everywhere until they learned about the prayers of their grandfather. This is the unseen power of generational blessing. Prayers today become strength tomorrow. Chosen one. Your legacy will not only be remembered, it will be lived. People may never know your name, but they will walk in the freedom you purchased with tears. They may not read your story, but they will breathe in the atmosphere of blessing you created. Generational blessing is not about recognition, It is about impact. Generational blessing also multiplies through your union. The love between you and your soulmate will not end with you. It will establish a model, a testimony for your children and their children. They will not only hear of covenant, they will witness it. They will grow in the shade of your love, learning by watching, inheriting stability from your example. Chosen one, hold this truth. Every sacrifice you made was not wasted. Every time you said no to compromise, every prayer whispered in weary nights, every act of faith when no one else believed, these were seeds planted into generations. And heaven wastes no seed. Think of a lighthouse built on a cliff. The one who built it may never meet the countless ships it will guide to safety. But the light will shine long after the builder is gone. Your life is such a lighthouse. What you are building now will guide generations safely through storms you will never see. Generational blessing also means that your victories become their foundation. They will not start from scratch. They will start from the ground you secured. What you saw as delay was actually preparation. So those who come after can begin where you left off. Higher, freer, stronger, chosen one. This is the weight and beauty of your calling. You are not just chosen for yourself, you are chosen for generations. Your flourishing, your union, your crown, your covenant, they are all parts of a legacy heaven is writing through you. And when your days are complete, your name may fade, but your impact will remain, echoing through time. So walk with dignity, knowing that every step you take today shapes the paths of tomorrow. Lift your head, for you are not only carrying your own destiny, you are carrying the destinies of those yet unborn. Chosen one. When heaven prepares to fulfill a promise, there is always a final season of alignment. It is not punishment. It is not delay. It is the last shaping before stepping into the fullness of destiny. This is the season of final preparation. And though it may feel subtle, though it may look ordinary, it carries eternal weight. Scripture reminds us in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." The waiting is not wasted. It is the polishing of your spirit, the sharpening of your vision, the deepening of your roots, so that what comes will last. Final preparation looks different for everyone. For some, it means pruning lingering doubts. For others, it means closing doors of distraction or strengthening hidden disciplines. Whatever its form, this season ensures that when the door opens, you will walk through with confidence instead of hesitation. Think of a runner at the starting line. Muscles are tense. Breath is measured. Eyes are fixed. The crowd sees stillness, but inside the runner is coiled power, waiting for the signal. That moment of stillness is not inactivity, it is final preparation. And when the signal comes, the runner explodes forward. That is where you are now. Chosen one. Do not despise this preparation. Just as a sword is sharpened before battle, just as a vessel is tested before it carries treasure, just as a seed is hidden before it sprouts, so too must you be refined one last time. Heaven is ensuring that your character can sustain your calling, that your endurance can carry your elevation, that your heart can embrace your covenant fully. There was once a woman who dreamed of building a refuge for the broken. For years she studied, planned, and waited. Just when she thought she was ready, delays forced her into one more season of learning. She wept, thinking she had failed, but in that season, she learned wisdom. She would later need to protect what she built. When her moment came, she realized the final preparation was the very thing that saved her mission. Chosen one. Your final preparation is not denial, it is protection. Heaven is ensuring you lack nothing when you step into promise. Consider also the olive press. The olive may look ready from the outside, but only through pressing does the oil emerge. The press is not to destroy, but to release what is valuable. This final season may feel pressing, but it is drawing out the oil of wisdom, patience, and discernment that you will need for what lies ahead. Final preparation also involves clarity. The distractions that once appealed to you will now fall flat. The relationships that no longer serve your purpose will fade. The habits that drain your spirit will be stripped away. This is not loss, it is refinement. You are being aligned with laser focus so that nothing dilutes your destiny. Chosen one. I invite you now to mark this moment. Write in the comments 9,999. This number is not random. It signifies completion and readiness. By writing it, you are declaring, I accept the final preparation. I choose to be ready. I will not resist what heaven is finishing in me. This is not superstition, it is alignment. An outward act reflecting an inward surrender. Think also of a sculptor with marble. At first, large chunks are cut away quickly, and the figure begins to take shape. But in the final stage, the sculptor slows, chiseling carefully, refining details invisible to others but essential to the masterpiece. That is your current season. Heaven is chiseling details no one else notices, but that will make you unshakable when the spotlight arrives. There was once a man who felt forgotten in his waiting. Everyone else seemed to be running ahead, building lives, achieving goals, while he remained hidden. But what looked like hiding was actually preparation. When his door finally opened, he discovered he was not behind, he was ahead, carrying depth others lacked. That is what final preparation does. It places you ahead, even if the world thinks you are delayed. Chosen one. Embrace this last refining. It will not last long. The signs of fulfillment are already around you. The whispers of heaven are already confirming. The ground beneath you is already shifting. But heaven loves you too much to release you unprepared. This is the moment of polishing, of strengthening, of readiness. So do not grow weary. The race is almost over. The curtain is about to rise. The promise is ready to unfold. The waiting was not wasted. And the preparation is almost complete. When the door opens, you will not only walk through, you will run, equipped, empowered, unstoppable. Lift your spirit. Chosen one. The season of final preparation is not the end, it is the doorway into fulfillment. And very soon, the doorway will swing wide, and you will step into everything heaven promised. This last stretch may feel quiet, almost anticlimactic, but silence often comes before breakthrough. Just as dawn begins with stillness before the sun pierces the horizon, so your preparation is the stillness before revelation. You may feel hidden, but hiddenness is safety, not punishment. It gives you space to strengthen inwardly, so you will not be shaken outwardly. Every prayer now builds endurance. Every surrendered moment deepens roots. When the season shifts, you will not be scrambling, you will be steady. That is the purpose of this refining, to prepare you to carry blessing with balance, influence with humility, and love with purity. Your readiness is the final key, unlocking what heaven has already written for you. Chosen one. The wait has not been in vain. The nights you thought were endless have broken into dawn. The tears that watered the soil of your destiny have given way to blossoms. What was once a distant hope is now present reality. This is the moment of promise fulfilled. The Book of Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5 assures us, "Weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning." Your morning has arrived, and with it comes the beauty of promises kept, dreams restored, and destiny revealed. Promise fulfilled does not come like a whisper, it comes like sunrise. At first, faint light peeks over the horizon, barely noticeable, but then the sky shifts. Colors spread, and before you know it, the entire landscape is bathed in brilliance. That is how fulfillment will unfold. It will begin gently, then flood your life with undeniable light. Chosen one. Fulfillment is not simply receiving what you asked for, it is receiving more than you imagined. Like a river overflowing its banks. Heaven does not pour in small measure, but in abundance. What you thought would satisfy will be multiplied, pressed down, shaken together, running over. Think of a farmer who faithfully tended barren soil for years. He prayed for enough grain to feed his family. When the season of promise came, he harvested more than enough to feed a village. His obedience brought more than survival, it brought legacy. That is what heaven delights to do. Fulfillment is never about scraping by, it is about overflow. Your fulfillment will also carry peace. Not the fragile peace that depends on circumstances, but the deep peace that flows from knowing this is heaven's hand. Counterfeits may have stirred excitement, but they always left you restless. True fulfillment brings rest, because your spirit knows the difference. There was once a woman who prayed for love, but only encountered disappointment. Years later, when the man heaven prepared finally entered her life, she was surprised, not by fireworks, but by calm. His presence felt like a homecoming, not a performance. She realized then that fulfillment is not about intensity, it is about peace. And that peace testified, the promise had arrived. Chosen one. Promise fulfilled is not fragile. It is not like glass that shatters with pressure. It is like diamond, formed through fire, unbreakable, enduring. The years of waiting, of refining, of battling these, ensured that when fulfillment came, it would last. You are not stepping into something temporary. You are stepping into permanence. And now, allow me to speak gently from the heart. If this message resonates, if it stirs your soul and awakens hope, then let your agreement be known. I invite you, freely and sincerely, to like this message, to share it, and to subscribe, not as obligation, but as overflow, like pouring water from a full cup. Your engagement is a way of saying, this word touched me, and I want it to touch others too. Think of a candle lit in the dark, alone. It brightens one corner, but when it lights another candle, and that one lights another, Soon, the whole room glows. By liking, sharing, and subscribing, you are not just keeping the light for yourself, you are passing the flame, creating a chain of illumination. Or picture a bridge across a river. Many long to cross but cannot without a path. Your simple act of engaging is like laying another plank on that bridge, helping others reach the side of hope. You are not forced. You are invited into the beauty of building something lasting. Chosen one. Fulfillment also comes with perspective. Suddenly, the seasons that once seemed meaningless take on new clarity. You will look back and see the pattern, the orchestration, the divine fingerprints in every detour. You will realize nothing was wasted. Nothing was random. Every not yet was heaven's way of preparing you for now. Now, promise fulfilled is also contagious. Your testimony will spark faith in others. Your joy will inspire those still waiting. Your peace will reassure those battling storms. Fulfillment is never meant to be hoarded. It is meant to be shared. And as you share, your blessing multiplies. There was once a man who endured years of rejection before stepping into his calling. When the breakthrough came, he could have hidden, enjoyed it privately. Instead, he told his story. His vulnerability inspired thousands to hold on, to believe again, to trust in God's timing. His fulfillment became their encouragement. Yours will do the same. Chosen one. Fulfillment is not the end of your journey. It is the beginning of a new chapter. Like Israel, entering the promised land. It is not about arrival only. It is about building, planting, and multiplying. You will not only enjoy the fruit, you will steward it. Fulfillment is responsibility, but it is also joy. Think of a symphony. For hours, instruments tune. The audience waits. Anticipation builds. Then at last, the conductor lifts the baton, and music fills the hall. That first note is more than sound. It is the culmination of waiting, the beginning of glory. That is what this season will feel like for you. The tuning has ended. The music has begun. So lift your head. Rejoice. The wait is over. The promise is here, and it is more beautiful than you imagined. Chosen one. When promise becomes reality, you will notice even the smallest details begin to change. Mornings will feel lighter, because the weight you once carried is gone. Conversations will carry joy instead of heaviness, laughter instead of sighs. Your heart will no longer race with anxiety about tomorrow. It will rest, knowing tomorrow is secure. And as you walk in this new chapter, you will realize that fulfillment is not a single moment, but a way of living. Each day becomes a reminder that God's word never fails. Each breath becomes evidence that heaven remembers, and with this awareness, gratitude will flow naturally, like a river that never runs dry. This is how promise fulfilled shapes your life. It becomes worship in motion. Chosen one. Living in fulfillment is not about waiting for one great event to validate your destiny. It is about learning to walk daily in the atmosphere of promise. This is where your joy deepens, your peace stabilizes, and your purpose finds rhythm. Fulfillment is not only the mountaintop moment, it is the gentle breath that sustains you every day afterward. The book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6 assures us, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. This means the promise does not fade after its arrival, it continues. unfolding day by day. Living the promise feels like waking up to find the sun already shining. For years you rose in the dark, searching for a flicker of light. Now, without striving, the light greets you. Even ordinary days carry extraordinary peace. Because fulfillment shifts perspective. Tasks that once felt heavy now flow with grace. Conversations once burdened with doubt are filled with laughter. Every breath feels like a gift. Chosen one. Walking in promise also brings balance. Fulfillment is not about endless striving, but about steady rhythms. Just as a tree rooted deeply drinks from underground rivers without panic, so you will draw from your covenant and purpose with ease. You will not need to prove or perform. Your life itself will testify. There was once a woman who endured seasons of scarcity and doubt. When her promise finally came, she noticed not just the big changes, but the small ones. Her mornings were filled with laughter instead of tears. Her home radiated peace instead of tension. Her prayers shifted from desperate cries to songs of gratitude. This is the beauty of living. The promise, it transforms every detail, not just the highlights. Think of a field in spring. Flowers bloom, not because they strain, but because the season itself carries growth. Likewise, you will flourish naturally in this season. What once felt like striving will feel like flowing. What once drained you will now energize you. This is the rhythm of fulfillment, effortless fruit, born from seasons of faithfulness. Chosen one. Your fulfillment will also sharpen your vision. Now that you are no longer consumed by survival, you will see clearly what to build, where to go, who to bless. Fulfillment clears away fog. It allows you to dream again, to plan boldly, to live expansively. And in this moment, I invite you to declare it openly. Write in the comments, "I choose joy." Just 3 words, yet filled with power. Why? Because joy is the natural posture of one living in promise. By declaring it, you align your heart with the truth that joy is not optional, it is your inheritance. This comment is not for performance, it is for alignment. Each word you release is like planting a flag, claiming your territory in the land of fulfillment. Living the promise also means carrying gratitude as your constant companion. Gratitude multiplies joy and protects your heart from entitlement. It reminds you that everything you hold was once only a prayer, and when you live in gratitude, you not only protect what you've been given, you expand it. Consider the image of a cup overflowing. The cup does not struggle to hold more, it simply overflows naturally, blessing whatever is around it. Gratitude turns your life into that cup. Your fulfillment spills into the lives of those near you, refreshing them with hope. There was once a man who, after years of unanswered prayers, finally stepped into his dream. Yet instead of boasting, he chose gratitude daily. People noticed not just his success, but his humility. His gratitude became a magnet, drawing even more favor into his life. That is the secret of living. The promise gratitude keeps the flow alive. Chosen one. Fulfillment also teaches stewardship. Living in promise does not mean abandoning discipline, it means guarding what you've been entrusted with. The vineyard, now heavy with grapes, must still be tended. The garden in bloom must still be watered. Stewardship ensures that your promise does not wither, but thrives across seasons. Think of the ark Noah built. Once the rain came and the promise of salvation was fulfilled, The ark still had to be managed, daily animals fed, order maintained, space preserved. Promise fulfilled did not end his responsibility. It elevated it. In the same way, your fulfillment is not an end, but an invitation to greater care. Living in promise also means embracing rest. The long nights of striving are behind you. Rest is not laziness, it is trust. It is the acknowledgement that heaven is sustaining you, that the promise is secure, that you no longer need to fight. Battles already won. Rest is sacred. And in this season, it becomes your inheritance. Chosen one. You may wonder, will I always feel joy? Will every day be perfect? No. Fulfillment does not erase life's challenges, but it transforms how you face them. Even storms feel different now, because you face them from a place of security, not desperation. Your roots are deep, your foundation firm, your heart steady. So live the promise fully. Laugh often, love deeply, rest freely, build boldly. Gratitude, stewardship, and joy will sustain you. And as you live in this rhythm, others will notice. They will see peace that cannot be shaken, joy that cannot be stolen, love that cannot be explained. And they will ask, how? Your answer will be simple. I am living the promise. To live the promise means your life itself becomes a testimony. You won't need to explain much, because your actions, your peace, and your glow will preach louder than words. Every meal shared, every prayer spoken, every act of kindness will carry the fragrance of fulfillment. This is how heaven designed it, so that promise would not only bless you, but radiate through you. By living it openly, you invite others to believe that their own promise is also within reach. Chosen one. The nature of promise is never to end with one life. What heaven places in your hands is meant to overflow. Blessing that stops with you is incomplete. True fulfillment carries a river-like quality. It flows outward, touching lives, nourishing dry ground, awakening seeds others thought were dead. Your promise is not only for you, it is for those connected to you, seen and unseen. The book of John, chapter 7, verse 38 declares, "Whoever believes in me, as Scripture has said, rivers of living water will flow from within them." This is the design. You are not a stagnant pond, storing all for yourself. You are a flowing river, carrying life wherever you go. Chosen one. Overflow does not always arrive in grand gestures. Often, it is found in the quiet ways your fulfillment inspires others. The peace in your home becomes a refuge for those who enter it. The kindness in your words plants hope in someone weary. The patience you extend becomes the lesson someone needed. In these ways, your promise overflows invisibly but powerfully. Think of a tree heavy with fruit. The tree does not eat its own harvest. Its fruit is for the hungry, its shade for the tired, its branches for the birds. Your flourishing is the same. The abundance in your life is not selfish luxury, it is sustenance for others. Those who encounter you will taste the fruit of your endurance. And many will live because you endured. There was once a man who, after years of struggle, finally built stability. Instead of hiding in his comfort, he chose to open his home. Strangers became friends. Broken people found rest, and his story gave courage to many. He realized that his blessing multiplied when it overflowed. His legacy was not in what he kept, but in what he gave. Chosen one. Overflow does not deplete you. Rivers do not run dry because they flow. They run dry when blocked. In the same way, generosity does not diminish you. It strengthens you. Every time you give of your joy, your wisdom, your love, heaven refills you. This is why your promise feels so abundant, because it was designed to be shared. Consider also the image of light. A candle that lights another does not lose its flame. It doubles the light in the room. Your promise is such a flame. When you encourage another, you do not weaken, you increase brightness for both. Overflow also means your story will carry healing power. The testimony of what you endured and what you received will break chains in others. Some will listen to your words and feel their own hope rise again. Others will simply watch your life and realize, if they made it, so can I. Without striving, your existence becomes ministry. Chosen one. Overflow is not limited to those near you. Sometimes your influence will touch people you may never meet. A word spoken, a seed planted, a prayer whispered. These can ripple into lives far away. Heaven measures overflow, not by numbers, but by reach. Even the smallest act can carry eternal impact. There was once a woman who wrote letters of encouragement in her spare time, sending them to strangers she would never meet. Years later, she discovered that her words had saved lives, lifted despair, and turned hearts back to God. She had no stage, no spotlight, but her overflow reached farther than she imagined. This is how promise works. It flows in directions you may never see. Chosen one. Overflow also transforms atmospheres. When you walk into a room carrying fulfillment, heaviness lifts, hope rises, peace settles. People may not understand why they feel different around you, but it is because your overflow is real. You carry the fragrance of promise, and it cannot be hidden. Think of a spring in the desert. Travelers weary and near collapse suddenly find water, and their strength returns. They do not care where the spring came from, they only know it saved them. You are such a spring. Your overflow will refresh those who thought their journey was over. Overflow also protects your blessing. When you live generously, your heart stays free from pride and greed. Giving keeps you humble, reminding you that the promise was never earned by your strength alone, but entrusted to you for a higher purpose. In this way, overflow guards you, even as it blesses others. Chosen one. You may feel unworthy of being such a vessel. You may wonder, why me? But this is the mystery of heaven. He chooses those who endured, those who remained faithful, those who carry scars, because only those who know lack can truly value abundance. Only those who tasted sorrow can truly overflow with joy. Your overflow is not limited to provision. It will manifest in wisdom, in love, in encouragement, in faith. Some will need your listening ear more than your resources. Others will need your prayer more than your words. Still, others will need your example more than your advice. In every case, you will find that your promise equips you with exactly what they need. There was once a farmer who built a well. He used it for his family, but the well never ran dry. Soon, neighbors came, then strangers, and still the water flowed. The farmer realized the well was never meant for him alone. So it is, with your promise, it is a well, not a cup. Chosen one. Overflow also builds legacy. What you pour out now will echo into generations. The children who see you live with joy will learn that joy is possible. The people who see your peace will believe peace can be real. The ones who taste your fruit will plant seeds of their own. In this way, your promise multiplies, becoming a river of blessing that never ends. So live generously. Let your joy overflow. Let your peace overflow. Let your love overflow. Because in giving, you are not emptying, you are multiplying. Your promise is too great to be contained, and heaven delights to see it flow through you. Chosen one. Every season of blessing still carries its tests. The difference now is not that trials vanish, but that your faith has become unshakable. You are no longer the same fragile soul you once were, trembling in the dark and questioning your worth. You are established, rooted, anchored in a faith that cannot be toppled. What once would have broken you now only bends you. What once would have silenced you now sharpens your voice. This is the gift of unshakable faith. The Book of Hebrews, chapter 11, verse 1 defines faith in eternal words. Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. This confidence, this assurance, is no longer just a concept to you. It has been lived, tested, and proven. You have walked through nights with no visible dawn, and yet the morning came. You endured silence and still heard God's whisper. You trusted when reason mocked, and your trust was rewarded. Chosen one. Unshakable faith is like a mountain. Wind may howl against it. Storms may strike its face. Snow may bury its slopes. Yet it stands. Its roots run deep into the earth. Its peak pierces the sky. Generations come and go, but the mountain remains. That is the picture of your faith, now immovable, enduring, visible testimony that heaven's promises cannot be erased by circumstance. Think of an anchor dropped into deep waters. Waves batter the ship. Winds push against it. Yet the anchor holds. The vessel may sway, but will not drift away. Your faith is such an anchor. Life may try to toss you about, but you remain steady, secured by something deeper than yourself. There was once a man who lost everything in a single season: his work, his health, even relationships he thought were unbreakable. At first, despair whispered that it was the end. Yet instead of crumbling, he chose to trust. His prayers were quiet, sometimes wordless, but steady. Years later, restoration came, far greater than before. When asked how he endured, he simply said, "Faith held me when I could not hold myself." That is the power of unshakable faith. Chosen one. Your faith is unshakable, not because you never feel fear, but because you no longer bow to it. Fear may knock on your door, but it finds no home within you. Doubt may whisper, but it no longer dictates your steps. Faith does not silence storms. It makes you walk through them without sinking. This unshakable faith also becomes contagious. Those around you will notice your calm in chaos, your peace in pressure, your endurance in uncertainty. They will marvel, not because you are extraordinary, but because faith itself radiates strength. Without striving, you will inspire others to believe again. Consider also the image of a lighthouse, built upon rock. It stands tall as waves crash relentlessly. Ships far out at sea fix their eyes on its light, trusting its guidance. The lighthouse does not fear storms. It was built for them. Your faith is like that lighthouse. It shines brightest, not in calm seas, but in raging tempests, proving that hope is still possible. Unshakable faith also protects you from pride. When blessings overflow, it is easy to forget the source. But faith reminds you daily, this is not by your hand, but by His. Faith bows low, even when crowned high. It keeps your heart tender while your life rises, ensuring that your testimony points always to heaven, not to self. There was once a woman who walked through immense success after years of obscurity. Wealth increased, influence grew, and opportunities multiplied. Yet when asked how she stayed grounded, she smiled and said, "The same God who held me in lack holds me in abundance. I cannot forget." Her faith was not shaken by elevation, it was anchored in gratitude. Chosen one. Unshakable faith does not mean you never question. It means you bring your questions to God instead of letting them drive you away. It does not mean you never cry. It means your tears water your prayers. It does not mean you never stumble. It means you rise again, because you know who carries you. Faith like this transforms every battle into testimony. What once felt like defeat becomes a story of endurance. What once felt like silence becomes proof of trust. What once felt like emptiness becomes the soil where miracles bloom. Think of gold refined in fire. The flames do not destroy it. They reveal its purity. So too with your faith. Every trial has been fire, but you emerge not consumed, only brighter, stronger, and unbreakable. Chosen one. Unshakable faith is also prophetic. It declares what is not yet visible as if it already is. It speaks life over dry bones, light over darkness, joy over sorrow, and heaven honors such faith, for it mirrors the heart of God. Now you live not only in promises fulfilled, but in promises still unfolding, and you carry assurance that what has already come to pass guarantees what is yet to come. Your faith is unshakable because you have tasted God's faithfulness, and you know it cannot fail. So stand firm, chosen one. Let storms rage. Let winds howl. Let waves crash. You will not be moved. Your faith is mountain, anchor, lighthouse, fire-forged gold, and all who see it will know heaven's promises are sure, and those who trust will never be put to shame. Unshakable faith does more than hold you steady. It redefines how you see life itself. Where others see setbacks, you see training. Where others see endings, you see transitions. Where others see emptiness, you see room for God to fill. This vision is a gift that cannot be purchased or taught. It is born only in the furnace of experience. And now, it is yours. Carry it with boldness. Let it shape your words, your choices, your future. Because this kind of faith does not end with you, it becomes a torch passed forward, lighting the path for countless others. Chosen one. All that you have walked through, every battle, every promise, every fulfillment is not only about this life. It has always pointed to something greater, something eternal. Your story is not just written in the dust of the earth, but in the ink of heaven. The blessings you receive here are beautiful, but they are only shadows of what awaits in eternity. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 18, "So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen, since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal." This eternal perspective is the crown jewel of your journey. It shifts your eyes from survival to destiny, from temporary to everlasting. Chosen one. Eternity changes how you live today. It anchors you in the knowledge that every act of obedience echoes forever. Every tear of faith waters eternal fruit. Every step of endurance writes testimony that will be read in heaven's courts. This life is not the whole story. It is the opening chapter of an unending narrative. Think of a great cathedral. The walls are built with precision. The windows colored with glass that glows when light shines through. To the passerby outside, it is just a building, but step inside, and suddenly the design reveals itself a masterpiece pointing upward. In the same way, your earthly story is not only for this realm, it points upward, toward a glory greater than imagination. There was once a man who lived faithfully through suffering. His life seemed small to the world, unnoticed, uncelebrated. Yet when he passed, countless lives testified to the seeds he had planted. In eternity, his faith was crowned, his endurance honored, his hidden obedience revealed as treasure. This is the eternal perspective. What looks small here is great in heaven. Chosen one. Eternity also transforms how you see loss. The loved ones you miss, the opportunities that slipped away, the seasons that seemed stolen, all of these are not endings but pauses. In eternity, loss is swallowed up in victory, and what was broken here will be restored in fullness. This is why hope cannot die, because eternity guarantees restoration. Think also of the stars. They appear small, faint in the night sky, yet they are massive fires burning in vast distances. Eternity is like that. What looks faint now, acts of kindness, prayers whispered, faith held in secret, are massive in the unseen, burning with eternal weight. Chosen one. Eternity assures you that nothing is wasted. Every sacrifice, every yes whispered in obedience, every no spoken in integrity, they all build treasure in heaven. And unlike earthly treasures, these cannot decay, cannot be stolen, cannot fade. You are investing daily in a kingdom without end. There was once a woman who gave generously, though she had little. Many told her it was foolish, yet she felt joy in giving and peace that surpassed logic. Years later, she saw how her seeds multiplied not only in her lifetime, but through generations. And even beyond her earthly story, her giving remains a testimony recorded in eternity. That is the power of perspective. Chosen one. Eternal perspective also keeps your heart humble. When blessings overflow, you remember these are glimpses, not the full reward. Earthly crowns are temporary, but heavenly crowns endure. This truth keeps you from clinging too tightly to what is passing and allows you to live with open hands, ready to receive and ready to release. Picture a traveler carrying a lantern. The light is enough for the journey, but it is not the destination. The lantern sustains until the sun rises. Your blessings are like that lantern, enough to guide you, but never meant to replace the fullness of the eternal sunrise. Chosen one. Eternity also reminds you that love is the highest fruit. The love you live here, sacrificial, faithful. Enduring is rehearsal for the love you will live in eternity. For there, faith will no longer be needed. Hope will be fulfilled, but love will remain. This is why heaven refines you in love. It is the language of eternity. There was once a family broken by conflict. Years of bitterness hardened their hearts. Yet one woman in that family chose love, even when it hurt. She forgave. She reached out. She prayed. Slowly, restoration came. She did not live to see all the fruit, but her love rewrote the family's story. In eternity, her love will shine forever. That is the kind of impact eternal perspective creates. Chosen one. Eternal perspective also protects you from despair. When the world shakes, when nations crumble, when storms rage, you remember that this is not the end. You belong to a kingdom that cannot be shaken. Your anchor is not in governments, wealth, or circumstances, but in a throne that endures forever. Think of a compass pointing north. No matter how you turn it, no matter where you wander, the needle always returns to true north. Eternity is your true north. It steadies you when confusion swirls, reminds you of direction when paths twist, and calls you forward when fatigue tempts you to stop. Chosen one. Your eternal perspective is also your legacy. Those around you will see how you endure, how you rejoice, how you hope. They may not understand your faith, but they will feel its weight. Your life becomes a signpost pointing to eternity, a living witness that there is more beyond this world. And in your union, in your flourishing, in your victories, eternity will always whisper, "This is only the beginning." The peace you feel now is a foretaste of eternal peace. The joy you live now is a glimpse of eternal joy. The love you share now is an echo of eternal love. So lift your eyes. Chosen one. Do not cling too tightly to what fades. Live with gratitude for today, but keep your gaze on tomorrow that never ends. For one day, you will step beyond time into eternity, and all that was promised will be fulfilled completely. And in that place, there will be no more tears, no more waiting, no more night, only light, only love, only life everlasting. Chosen one. The journey has been long, but it was never aimless. Every season, every battle, every silence, every whisper, it was all part of the divine script written before time began. You were never wandering in circles. You were being guided step by step toward this very moment. And now, as the story gathers into completion, heaven marks it with the seal of fulfillment. The Word of God declares in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8, "I know your deeds. See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. I know that you have little strength, yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name. This is the final seal, the open door, what heaven opens. No hand of man, no scheme of darkness, no tide of circumstance can ever close. Chosen one. This seal is not just about what you receive, it is about who you have become. You are not the same one who trembled in the valley, who questioned in the night, who doubted your worth in the silence. You are refined, resilient, radiant. The oil you carry has been pressed. The crown you wear has been forged. The testimony you bear has been sealed. You are marked not by failure, not by rejection, but by heaven's own hand. Think of wax melted and pressed by a signet ring, once sealed. No counterfeit can tamper, no forse can undo it. That is what heaven has done with your life. The final seal is heaven's imprint upon your destiny, declaring it authentic, secured, irreversible. There was once a man who worked for years on a manuscript, poring over every word, revising tirelessly. When it was finished, he placed his seal upon it, declaring, "It is complete." The work was no longer in process. It was ready to be shared with the world. Your life is such a manuscript. Heaven now stamps its seal upon you, complete, ready, released, chosen one. The final seal also means rest. The striving, the endless questioning, the cycles of doubt, they end here. You no longer need to prove, to chase, to fear. What has been sealed cannot be stolen. What has been written cannot be erased. You can walk with confidence, knowing that heaven's decree is final. This seal also carries authority. A sealed letter in ancient times bore the weight of the king's word. To break it was to defy the throne. In the same way, your destiny now carries the authority of heaven's throne. You speak not from opinion, but from assignment. Not from assumption, but from sealing. When you move forward, you move with the weight of divine authority. Chosen one. Understand this. The seal is not fragile. It is eternal. Even if storms come, even if voices rise, even if shadows press, the seal remains. It is the guarantee that your story will not unravel, that your destiny will not be lost, that your union, your flourishing, your faith, your legacy, all of it is preserved. Think of a seed sealed within its shell. For a season, it looks dormant, hidden, lifeless. Yet the seal protects what is within until the time of release. And when the time comes, nothing can stop the life from breaking forth. That is your story. For years, you looked buried, but in truth, you were sealed. And now, the life within you has broken forth. There was once a woman who doubted that her prayers mattered. She prayed for decades, often with no visible change. But when breakthrough finally came, she realized every prayer had been collected, sealed, and preserved until the appointed time. None were wasted, none were lost. So it is with you. Every cry, every hope, every act of faith, they were all sealed, waiting for this release. Chosen one. The final seal is heaven's way of saying, it is finished. It is begun. Finished are the days of wandering without clarity. Begun is the season of walking with confidence in fulfillment. Finished are the tears of waiting. Begun are the songs of rejoicing. Finished is the battle for identity. Begun is the reign of destiny. Lift your spirit. You are no longer in process, you are in purpose. You are no longer only surviving, you are flourishing. You are no longer only chosen, you are sealed. The final word is not with your enemies, not with your past, not with your fear. The final word belongs to heaven, and heaven has spoken, sealed, secured, unstoppable. So step forward, chosen one, not as one uncertain, but as one confirmed, not as one unfinished, but as one completed, not as one waiting, but as one walking in destiny. The seal is upon you. The door is open. The path is clear, and nothing can stand against what heaven has finalized. This seal is more than a mark upon your journey. It is a declaration of your identity. You are not simply surviving history, you are shaping it. You are not merely passing through seasons, you are crowned by them. The seal testifies that heaven trusts you with what is sacred, because you have proven faithful in what seemed small. Now, all of creation recognizes the authority placed upon your life. Walk with this confidence. The final seal is not the end, but the confirmation of an eternal story still unfolding. Every step from here is already blessed. Every word already anointed. Every breath already protected. You are sealed, not for a moment, but for eternity. And as you go forward, nothing, absolutely nothing, will be able to undo what heaven has set in place. Chosen one, you have walked through the full arc of this journey, the valleys of waiting, the mountains of triumph, the refining fires, the gentle rains of healing. Each section has been a stepping stone, guiding you closer to the truth. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not ordinary. You are chosen, sealed, and sent. The seal of heaven rests on your life. And what God has begun, He will bring to completion. Now pause and take this in. Look back at the long nights you thought would never end, the prayers you whispered with trembling lips, the seasons where silence pressed heavy on your chest. All of those were not wasted. They were weaving strength, patience, and wisdom into your spirit. And now, as you stand at this threshold, you can see it. The waiting was never empty. It was pregnant with promise. The book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 22 declares, "The least of you will become 1,000, the smallest a mighty nation. I am the Lord. In its time I will do this swiftly." This is the rhythm of your destiny. What felt small is multiplying. What felt delayed is accelerating. What felt hidden is being revealed. You are stepping into swiftness, into fulfillment, into abundance. Chosen one, I want you to carry this truth forward. Your life is a testimony. Every scar is a story of survival. Every tear is a seed of joy. Every victory is a light to others still walking in shadows. You are not only receiving promise, you are becoming a beacon. And the world needs the light you carry. This is why I invite you now, gently and sincerely, to respond. Like this message, if it stirred your heart, if it resonated with the quiet places of your soul, your like is more than a click. It is a whisper of agreement, a way of saying, "Yes, I receive this." Oh, share it. Not out of obligation, but as an act of generosity. Think of a lantern in a dark valley. When you share, you are passing the lantern to another traveler who may be stumbling in the dark, desperate for light. You never know whose life may be touched by the simple act of sharing. Subscribe, not as a routine action, but as a decision to stay connected to a stream of life-giving words. Subscribing is like planting yourself by a riverbank, ensuring that your spirit will be continually watered, nourished, and strengthened. It is a choice to remain in the flow of encouragement and truth. And finally, leave a comment. Let this not be a silent encounter. Write your declaration, your agreement, your faith. Your words become seeds, not only for your own life, but for others who will read them. Imagine a garden blooming, not just from one hand, but from many. Your comment is a seed in that garden. Chosen one. The final seal has been spoken. The journey of 30 sections may close here, but your story does not. From this point on, you walk as one confirmed, as one anointed, as one unstoppable. Lift your head, steady your heart, and step boldly. The wait is over. The promise is here. The crown is on your head. The seal is on your life. The light is in your hands. Now go forward, not in fear, but in faith. Not in weakness, but in strength. Not in silence, but in declaration. For heaven has written it, and so it shall be.